I never know if you actually does it get muted when you do that?
No, I have to hit you.
Okay. Because I'm like, I'm just gonna be quiet.
Alright, they're back. So my notes were in the right place. I just didn't save. So the only thing that was there was a letter D, and now I have it.
Sorry, that's just out of context. That was the only thing was there was letter D. All right. Oh. Anyways, moving on.
So we have 29 shows to talk about today.
Hope you've gotten your vocal exercises in because there's gonna be a lot of talking.
Yeah, I think this is the most. I have a feeling that we did like 31, but this 29 is.
Well, technically, I mean, we already talked about one already, just not officially. So technically, that's probably 30. So really.
Okay, yeah. So we got 29 more.
Yeah, 29 more officially to put on here.
Here's your originally scheduled 29. All right. The first show we're gonna be talking about today is 88. I mean 86.
I was like saying, wait, what? Did I click the wrong thing? What the hell?
86, second season. Synopsis is this is the second core of 86.
Beautiful synopsis.
Yeah.
I love second season, third season synopsises because they're always just like, hey, this is the second or third season, you know. Yeah. What if I didn't finish watching the first season? They're like, well, you're shit out of luck then, aren't you? Because you don't know what's happening.
Yeah. So,
but you know,
I'm going back to the first one to like get a quick glimpse of the first synopsis. This is the one show that like there was an 86th district, I think, and like no, yeah,
there are people fighting or something, some shit like that.
Yeah, and everybody through districts 1 through 85 had like the silver hair, and they all look the same. And then the 86th district is like all the misfits that get thrown out, and they're fighting this war against this other civilization. I've only seen the first episode, so
I was gonna say you didn't even watch the entire thing. I don't think. See, when it comes to other seasons, typically speaking, I don't go in for them unless I've actually watched the whole thing. Maybe if I feel like I have enough time to do so, but I know that's not a case for you right now.
I was like, oh, I remember the first episode of the last season. I'm like, hopefully there's no spoilers.
Oh, come on. Really? How long have you been watching anime for? I'm going to call bullshit on that one.
It's like, technically, if you see like the main character again, you're like, oh, I guess she didn't die.
What is the quintessential first episode of any continuing season always going to be? We all know this. It is a recap of the things that were happening at the end of the last episode of the first season, or the second season, or the third season, however many seasons we get into it.
Yeah.
They want to reinvigorate you and go, hey, you remember these guys? You remember this was going on? You remember how this happened? You're going to be sitting there going, wait, I know this character, but who are these guys? And
yeah.
What? Wait, this person's dead? What? This person didn't make it? Come on. You know as well as I do. Whoever your favorite character was in the first episode, you know he's already dead.
Yeah, I'm glad I didn't pick anybody yet.
You don't even have to pick them. It's whoever you just were like, oh, they're cool. And immediately they're dead.
Oh, they're cool.
They're hey, they're cool. You are the death flag for anime characters. Whichever one you go, hey, that's a cool character, they're dead. I mean, you might as well have pulled the trigger yourself. Come on, man. You know this as well as I do.
I guess that's good that I like barely get through most of what we talk about because
So many characters would be dead. I would be under the DK curse. We're just gonna, from now on, it's gonna be known as the DKC. It's the DK curse.
Yeah, this main society, the Society of the 1 through 85 districts. They basically they're in a war against this other society, and they're fighting. Huh?
I'm about to say, well, they're still alive because we have a second season apparently.
Or at least I know the commander is. I don't know if anybody else from the squad that she was with is still alive, but I know that basically what the way that the society thinks is they think that they're in this war fighting against this other civilization, and all of the people who are fighting in the war are using automated drones. And what you end up finding out is that no, it's not drones. They're just commanding people who actually are in the fighting vehicles. Mm-hmm. And all the people that are in the fighting vehicles are from the 86th district. So I think my guess was that she was gonna be one of the people to like disrupt the whole thing. And she looks pissed. So
well, I mean, she has a bit of red in her hair now, so she's not all silver anymore. I don't know what that means, but obviously there is some significance to it.
Yeah. So it's
let's see here. Hold on. 86. Yeah, she didn't have red in her hair before.
Yeah. So I'm like, huh.
So well, there's a reason for that. But you're fine. You're fine. There's no spoilers, man. No spoilers. Just fine. You are free to watch first episode. Just fine. Everyone, whoever watches this in the future, just tell him over and over, it's fine. Don't worry about it. You know anime doesn't spoil things in other seasons. What are you talking about? That's ridiculous.
Speaking of spoiling, what's the worst thing that has been spoiled to you?
In regards to anime?
Well, it's like, what's the worst like spoiling situation? Like where somebody was just like, oh, blah, blah, blah. And you're like, what?
See, I've gotten to the point where I don't like anyone I talk to about anime who has ever seen an anime that I haven't will usually ask me, do you want me to spoil it for you? Do you care if I spoil it for you? Because they're excited to talk about it. Uh-huh. And half the time I'm like, well, if I haven't already watched it already, chances are good I'm not going to, or I'm going to watch it like way after the fact. Uh-huh. So by the time I get to it, whatever you tell me, I'm going to forget anyways. So go for it.
Okay.
But that's also the same reason why I don't watch openings and closings of animes.
Okay. So for me, like, I'll remember fragments of the show. Mm-hmm. And like whenever there's something that like we talk about, I'm like, even though I'm here listening right now, and then when I edit the show, if I ever get back to editing, by the time I actually watch a show that I've like put on the back burner, I won't remember most of it. yeah, it's like a tiny couple fragments in there still I remember, but
that's the problem for me is like, yes, if someone tells me about something, I will forget about it. Which is why it's like, if you want to tell me a secret, go for it, because chances are good, if I don't talk to somebody else about it or it doesn't come up naturally in the conversation, I'm going to forget. Like, give it another, like, month or so, I'll forget. But if I watch something, for whatever reason, if it's like a personal experience to me in that regards, I remember that shit.
Yeah.
And it's freaking weird because like I'll remember like I remember the opening to Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the TV show, and I can almost right now sing you the theme song to it basically.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why. I just remember these things. So it's like animes I watched a long fucking time ago. I remember the first anime I ever watched was Dragon Ball Z, and I remember the episode that came on and the time it came on that I watched it.
Okay.
I mean, so it's like, because I mean that blew my mind. It was the episode with Raditz
Okay.
when he first came to Earth and had
Like the very beginning.
yeah had kidnapped Gohan and Goku went to go rescue him with Piccolo.
Okay.
Like that whole sequence, like it was one of the best parts because it was when Gohan snapped when he was in the when Raditz had thrown him into his pod or whatever and was keeping him hostage, and Goku was starting to get his butt kicked.
Yeah.
Well, when he went like he got upset about that and came out and like headbutted him, like I was just sitting there. God, that was how many years ago when it was showing on TV? But I remember that as a kid, just sitting there going, "Oh my god, this is fucking amazing."
Yeah.
I'm like, where has this been all my life? What is this thing that I'm watching right now? But I remember that. But like, yeah, if you tell me something, if I didn't experience it myself, I'm completely gonna forget. But that's the reason why I can't watch openings and closings because I'll
Yeah.
remember that shit. And then when a character pops up, I'm sitting there going, "Oh, I saw that character. Oh yeah, these two were fighting in that opening sequence of." So I know they're a bad guy. I'm just waiting to see what happens. You know, so it's like it's. I look at it as the Terminator 2 complex, if that makes sense. Because it's like Terminator 2 got spoiled. Those who've ever watched Terminator 2, they got spoiled that Arnold in the second one was the good guy. So when people watched it, when after the movie originally came out, because of the trailers that showed this, everyone already knew that that opening sequence leading up to that point, Arnold was the good guy. Because you would have expected if you watched the first movie without ever seeing a trailer for the second movie, going straight into it, that the Terminator, the one coming in, which was Arnold again, would be the bad guy. And that's kind of the way they ambiguously set that all up.
Yeah.
You know? And that's why I hate things like that, because I'm sitting there going, God, I want to be surprised about that. I want to be that I want to have that moment of shock and being like, oh, he was the good guy? Oh, I know you never would have expected that. So, yeah, this is the reason why I can't watch first episodes to seasons I haven't finished.
Yeah.
Because I will remember this first episode of the second season. And if I ever go back to the first season, I'm gonna sit here going, "Oh, they're dead." Yeah. No. Oh, the drama about her figuring out that those guys are the good guys that she's fighting against. Yeah, I know she figures that out because yeah, she had the red hair thing and yeah. So you're looking going, no, I cannot do that. It will spoil it for me. Even if someone's just like, oh, just watch it and then don't watch it for like a year or two or something like that. I'm like, I remember my first episode of DBZ. Thank you very much. You're the wrong person to ask that shit.
That's my 100% approach. I'm like, oh, okay, I'll just sneak peek like an episode, and then I'll come back to it in like 2 years, or 5, or 7.
I'll be 50 years old going, oh, I don't know what's gonna happen here.
So the worst thing that has been spoiled for me was this one show. It has a vampire theme, which is like a lot of shows this season. And it was it was like that old school, like back in the day with nuns, but then vampires. It was like a theme that like they have with anime a bunch of times. It's
Okay.
like
I have like 2 or 3 roaming in my mind right now, and I'm trying to narrow it down.
yeah, and I'm trying for people who haven't seen the show, I don't want to spoil it. So there's a the one main character she's a female nun, and then there's this other guy, and they fight against vampires. And I was watching it, and then one of my coworkers at the time was watching it, or I was telling him about it, and he's like, "Oh, that sounds so cool." And he's like, "Can I borrow it?" And I'm like, "I haven't finished it yet." And he's like, "Oh, no, don't worry, I'm not gonna spoil it." And I'm like, "No, I try not to like." I'm like, "I have a bunch of other shows that you can buy." He's like, "Nah, you told me about that one. I want to watch that one." I'm like, "Fine." So I bring it and give it to him. He watches the show, and then like a week later, he brings it back and hands it back to me, and he's like, "Ah, too bad so and so dies." I'm like, "What?" And he's like, "Oh, you haven't seen it?" I was like, "I told you I wasn't finished with the show." And he's like,
I think I know which one you're talking about, actually.
and he's like, "Oh, I'm sorry."
Because I remember feeling disappointed at the time. Like, there was one anime that dealt with vampires, and it had a religious thing going on with it as well. That was really cool because I really liked the main character. And then I remember feeling disappointed at how it ended. I think I remember it.
So that show has been forever ruined. Like, that's one of them things that like somebody said one thing and then like it just anchored into my brain. So I'm like, even if I try to watch it again, I'm like, he's dead. So I guess I could just figure out how, but all the suspense is gone.
I just messaged you. I'm just curious if I remembered it.
Nope.
Is that not the right one?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
But that is the same kind of themes.
I see. I'm like going back and forth between a couple different ones, and I'm just like, God, that's annoying because there are so many similar ones in regards to that.
So yeah.
Oh, that was a more recent one, wasn't it?
I think that was more. That one came out after the one that I'm talking about.
Okay, I think I know it now. Yeah. Vampires were like taking over essentially, right?
I barely remember what it's about. I just remember the 2 main characters and one of them's dead. So I'm like, oh well, I guess I can't watch that until I forget.
Yeah, I remember that one now. Yeah. I don't recall the name of it, but I do remember that one because I remember one of them was a vamp, and they had like special weapons, I think. Yeah, going off topic here. This is not the episode to go off topic here. We still have 28 more things to talk about here. Let's move this bad boy along just a little bit here.
What down? 28 to go.
28 more to go.
All right. The next show we're going to be talking about is Blade Runner Blackout Lotus. Oh, no. Wait. We said that before. Let's just continue. Never mind. Yeah, Black Runner. Blade Runner.
You'll get it eventually. I have faith in you.
Yeah. So the synopsis for this one is Los Angeles, 2032. A young woman wakes up with no memories and possessing deadly skills. The only clues to her memory are a locked data device and a tattoo of a black lotus. Putting together these pieces, she must hunt down the people who are responsible for her brutal and bloody past to find the truth of her lost identity.
See, I knew without even clicking into it. I honestly didn't read the synopsis on this one. I just saw the name and what it was, and I'm like, oh, I bet you this is CGI. I bet you this is CGI. And I don't know if I'm ready for that yet. And okay, admittedly, watching the trailer right now,
Uh-huh.
I think they're it's better than most when it
Uh-huh.
comes to that.
Uh-huh.
I think something that they have going for them because of that is it's dark. The lighting, I say, probably helps in the fact that it has an eerie sort of lighting to it, so
Uh-huh.
it allows for more suspension of disbelief when it comes to. And I will also say the setting itself also lends a bit of helping hand to that.
Okay.
Because the only time I have ever, there have been two occasions where I have accepted CGI when it comes to animation. And the only times that have been was obviously Final Fantasy. There was not it was the one that was after Final Fantasy VII movie. I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head, but and then the other one, which was an anime series, was Appleseed.
Okay.
And the reason Appleseed works is because it is futuristic, and we're talking about cyborgs, robots, all that good stuff.
Okay.
And I'm like, okay, it's still a little jarring, but I can accept it because the setting allows for weird looking things to kind of happen, situation take place, futuristic. I can suspend my disbelief to a certain extent when it comes to this. So it does have that going for it. I will say the lighting definitely helps because you're not the shadows cover up a lot of the detail when it comes to that.
Because you can't say it looks bad if you can't see it.
Well, you're able to see it, but there's a lot of like shadows, and because it's set in a noir toned dark city, most of it is neon lighting effects, which already give like I having been next to a neon light in my mind, I know how the skin and everything would look next to a neon light. So I'm like, I already know, even on a real life in person, it looks weird. But it's meant to look weird. That's just the way it is. So the fact that this also has that, I mean, even in the picture, which I'm sure is the same. Yeah, even in that picture, like that does like I could see. I'm like, oh, that's what I looked at and went, that's CG. That's totally CG. I totally know it's going to be CG, but it doesn't necessarily look bad only because the fact that it's got that lighting to it. So I don't know. To me, it's I was really on the fence about this one. I was like, I may look into this one, but I keep looking at it to be CG. I don't always go with that. Um, I know most people would probably negate this one only because the Blade Runner series itself has a lot of backstory and lore in regards to that, and I haven't watched necessarily all the movies in regards to it, but you know, I would be more okay with that just because I'm not as much in the know about it, but just the way it looks just looks so. All right. Anyways, go ahead.
Yeah. So the reason why I picked this is because it reminds me of Ghost in the Shell Innocence.
I can see that. I can see that.
Like, I love the first Ghost in the Shell movie.
Mm-hmm.
I tried so hard. Well, not really that hard. The first time I tried to watch it, the movie, like me and my old best friend, it's so silly. We started the movie, and right before the movie started, there was this quote that popped up on the screen, and then we paused it and talked about that quote for 4 hours, and then he had to leave, and we never watched the movie.
Admittedly, I will say this because Futter, I never asked her about that because she watched the movie for the first time not that long ago. Um, that movie was in the era, and I kind of miss this era a lot in regards to it. The early to mid 90s, I want to say, was an era of anime where producers and creators were not afraid. A lot of people would leave certain situations like that confused. Like after watching, like say Ghost in the Shell, they'd be like, "I'm confused about what all was going on, or what was this about? What was happening?" Like a lot of people say, for instance, in regards to like Sucker Punch, the movie, people were very confused leaving that movie, and were like, "I don't, what the hell happened? What, you know?" And it's like during that era, they weren't afraid to go and ask serious questions in regards to a lot of things, and basically in my terminology, I would say is basically being a mind fuck, being like you have to like really take everything that they're doing and think about the implications in which they're putting it under.
Yeah, very philosophical.
Oh, it's very philosophical, which I loved because I would love leaving those situations and weeks later be thinking about it and being like, man, that is crazy. What if that, like I think in Ghost in the Shell, for instance, that one was more, the idea about it was based upon, if AI had a soul, like what would constitute the difference between artificial intelligence versus a human? What would be the defining characteristic? And so many of that would come down to, almost in a religious aspect, talking about a soul of a living, breathing human being. But there was that possibility that they were talking about in the movie, that there is something akin to a soul for artificial intelligence. And would that constitute them actually being a living being then, if that were the case? And I'm just sitting here just going, holy, mind blown, you know? But I love that shit. I love that shit, you know?
Yes.
And that also is the same one for, oh God, there was one that was a movie. It starts with an A. It was on Mars, about artificial intelligence. Older movie.
Mm.
Um,
Not Appleseed.
no, it's not Appleseed.
Okay.
It's not Appleseed, but it starts with an A. It had this woman who was the main
Oh,
character. You know what I'm talking about?
Armitage?
Yes. Same sort of situation. Same sort of situation.
Uh-huh.
Because it took the idea of the fact that they needed a population on Mars, but they needed a population that was suitable for the climate of Mars, that would be able to survive and help humans survive on Mars. But then Mars began to accept artificial intelligence as like giving them rights per law and stuff like that. But Earth disagreed with that. Earth disagreed. They're like, it's just machines. What are you giving them rights for? They're like that. Their argument for that was like, that's like giving an auto assembler rights. Would you do that? No, that's crazy talk. They're not living beings. But the way Mars looked at it, they're like, well, they constitute our population. And even at one point during Armitage, and I think the second movie, she had a baby. She had a kid. And it's like, now would you consider that to be life, human? Do you consider the child that she had to not be human, since she was not? You know what I mean? And it's an interesting philosophical question. So if this does something akin to that, I mean, I'd be more interested in it, and I might be able to look past that disbelief in that regards. But yeah. Anyways.
Yeah. So I like how you said I'm not familiar with the Blade Runner world either. When the second movie came out, I was like, ooh, we should watch the first movie and then watch the second movie. And none of that happened. So
That sounds about right. That sounds about right.
yeah, so I don't know, like me watching this, I feel if I would be missing out on something. Um, but maybe it'd be cool.
I will give props to the fact that I saw that in the very opening of the trailer for it, it did mention Adult Swim was partnering with Crunchyroll on this.
So
Oh, is that a negative for you on that one?
for me, it there's this certain genre of like anime and animated movies that 100% is my stepdad's era.
Mm-hmm.
Like Fist of the North Star, like
Oh yeah, classic.
old school brawler anime, and
Cowboy Bebop.
no,
Oh, really?
That's my generation.
I was rated on the same way.
I would say it's the same genre, but it's a modernized it's like a modernized iteration of it. Mm. But like Akira, like even though Akira is a classic and like
oh yeah,
many people appreciate it throughout the days, but it's like he saw it when it first came out, and he passed it down to me. Like that era of anime that like gets passed down to our generation is a certain genre that like certain anime fit into. Like even newer like shows that come out, like some of them will like they'll have a style that looks like it's from that era, and the trailers for all of those shows have the same voice actor, and or it has a specific sound to it, and it's always in English. And I'm like, I don't know if I'm gonna like this because like the first half of the trailer, I'm like, maybe. I'm like, I don't really know Black. Why do I keep calling it Black Runner? I don't really know Black. I don't even know Blade Runner, but I'm like, in the CG, it's kind of cool. I'm like, maybe. And then it was like, and then I'm like, no. All of a sudden, it was like, the world that changed sci-fi as we know it is back every week. I'm like, nope.
You talking about that voice the announcer that was from Adult Swim?
No, like the Tom. Are you talking about the robot guy? No, that's Toonami. Never mind.
That was
maybe. I don't know. But all I know is that as soon as I hear that voice, I'm like, oh, this isn't for me. This is for the English audience. This is for the people who are like watch that like list of like 13 anime that people who aren't really deep into anime always mention.
To be fair, when anime first came over, it was only accepted because it got translated and voice acted by people in English. Because to watch it in Japanese, you know that wasn't going to fly, at least right at first when stuff like that came out.
Yeah. Well, what I'm saying basically is it seems like, you know how like you'll have like the way that a lot of people talk about films, some films nowadays where they're like, why is it so different than the book? It's like the book had a really, really cool idea because there was very few hands on the source. Like this is the source material. It came from like very few hands. By the time it makes it to the movie, like so many different hands have like changed and picked and prodded and like twisted it that it's like nowhere near the original material because it's pointed towards a certain audience. As soon as I hear that voice in a trailer, I'm like, oh, this is specific to like my stepdad saw this trailer, he'd be like, oh, this is awesome, and he'll watch it and he'll love it. Not necessarily saying it's gonna be not for me. I'm just like that voice. I'm like, oh, this is like specifically for somebody. It may be me, it may not, but I'm like, that's just one flag that I see. I'm like, okay, I need to go in with my expectations gone.
Mm-hmm.
Because I expected
I don't know.
They aired
I don't know, because I will say that, yes, I get what you're saying in regards to that, but there were definitely some shows on Toonami that definitely, I think, were groundbreaking in their own right.
Oh yeah.
Like
Yeah.
Toonami and Adult Swim, I think really defined a generation and what a lot of like animation can do. And honestly, it was probably for most people a stepping off point in regards to the anime that we have today that's more widely accepted.
Yes. And I agree. It's like without Toonami, we probably wouldn't be doing the show.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like this, I don't know. It's like
I'm not. I feel
as
like
soon
I'm
as I
at.
hear that voice, I hear narrow audience.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, am I in that audience? Am I not? I don't know. It's like it's based on an IP that I'm not familiar with. It's based on an IP that came out in the era that I feel like my stepdad is in because he watched Blade Runner when it probably first came out.
Yeah,
And
but I mean, it's been updated since then.
yeah,
So, but I mean,
I don't
I'm
know.
not. I'm not sure if the target audience has shifted in regards to that, or if it's more like Ghost in the Shell, where the most recent movie that came out for it completely pissed fans off because it had nothing. It pretty much took everything that made the original special and just threw it all away because it was trying to reach a different audience.
Yes. And this may be the same. Like with Ghost in the Shell, like I don't know. It's like if I would have like with Ghost in the Shell, I've seen Ghost in the Shell, and then I watched the new Ghost in the Shell, and it's like I remember instead of me thinking of who the show is for, I'm just like, oh, an IP I recognize. Let me see what this version of it is.
Mm-hmm.
With Blade Runner, I'm like, oh, that's that show that a lot of older guys talk about that they love, and then I see this and hear that trailer voice, and I'm like, oh, it's another version of that genre over there because I haven't experienced it myself. So if I would have seen the first one and then saw this, I would go in like, oh, that one IP that I'd seen pieces of. Let me see what this version of it is. But I don't know. It's like that I am not used to hearing that voice in all the trailers that I watch. So as soon as I hear that voice, I'm like, whoa, whoa, whoa! What am I doing? Watching a DVD? What is this?
See, and that's the way I don't watch trailers all that much.
Yeah. So I don't know. That just threw like a one little. I'm like, oh, this seems like it may be something that my stepdad will like.
Gotcha.
But yeah, I'll check it out because I check out everything. So the next show we're gonna be talking about is Genso Sangoshiki. Wait,
Sangokushi.
yeah, Sangoshi. I had it backwards. Tengen Reikishi. Oh. Oh, there it is. Alright. Fantasia Sango. That's so short.
So this one was mine.
Yes.
The synopsis for this one is the story is set in ancient China during the Three Kingdoms era when various powerful warlords began maneuvering to conquer the known realms. After it was wiped out in unforeseen circumstances, the sixth unit has been reassembled with members from diverse troubled pasts. The leader and seal practitioner, Wuki, the spirit purifier, Shinkyu, Taiken, and the demon slayer, Shure. Yeah, there is no trailer for this. This is done by Studio Geek Toys, which has done Plunderer.
Ah. I don't think I ended up watching that. That's one with the numbers?
Yes.
No. It is?
It is one with numbers.
Okay.
Everyone has a number.
Ah, I meant to get to that one. Okay.
Yeah, that was good. That was a good one. I didn't finish reading that one, but I did watch most of it, and it was good. And they also did Data Bullet,
which I was like, that looks crazy.
So, I haven't done a whole lot, but I did enjoy Plunder. And one of my usual red flags when it comes to fantasy is having a storyline based upon a video game, which this one does. This one does have based upon a video game. But I will say there is one anime that has come off of this most current season, which is Sere Gonseki Spirit Chronicles.
Okay.
And I will say that one is also based upon a video game. But so usually when it comes to fantasy and storylines based upon video games, it's usually like the storyline and the pacing seem off because they're trying to mirror what a video game, an action RPG sort of situation would do. But it doesn't always translate over very well.
Yeah,
because sometimes like the reasonings behind why people do things aren't always like really good or apparent, and when they're going to go do these things, the realism is taken out of the situation essentially most times, and it's like, oh, they're going to travel this far and do this many things, and it's like, okay, they don't have, what do they do? Like, they have no food, they have no equipment, you mean like, and they're not gonna have like encounters along the way, they're not gonna have, it's like, in a lot of sense, as weird as it may sound, it's like a lot of it, I usually in fantasy realms, when it's just fantasy, I'm more keen to like Dungeons and Dragons almost in my mind, where it's like you have encounters, you have to have supplies, you're using your weapons, you're having to resupply, you're having to consider all these extra things in regards to it, and you're in a fantasy realm, you're fighting, you're doing all these other things, people get tired, people get weakened, little things like this. In these types, it almost never seems like anything ever matches up well. We're just like, okay, here's their mission, this is what they're doing, and this is what they do. But that one I mentioned that is currently running on Crunchyroll, I actually feel like is really good. It has a lot of good qualities to it. And so as reluctant as I initially was about this one, I feel like I'm willing to give it a shot and see if it's actually another one, even though it's based on a video game, that will be worth it. So as much as I love, and don't get me wrong, I love me some characters going berserk, some, kick-ass looking magical spells, magical beast, fantasy, sword fighting, all this other stuff. The one thing that always I turn to, and it will either turn me away from or, get me engaged, is the storyline, the plot. You have to have something worthwhile for me to invest in order for me to go the distance with it. And I see what they did with Plunderer. I'm hoping the studio doesn't do wrong on this and it actually makes something interesting out of it, even though it's based upon a video game. I guess we'll see.
Cool. Do you think that one of the reasons why shows based on video games aren't done as well is because the video game is basically set up with multiple options, and to tell a story, you kind of got to like pick one and tie things together?
Well, I mean, if we were doing something like akin to, let's say, for instance, like you have to have like most of the modern fantasy video games are just sorely lacking. Like, they focus so much on the gameplay that the storyline is just sort of an afterthought. They're just like, oh, demons are attacking, you gotta go kill the demon lord, whatever, go do that.
Okay,
And
so
it's
kind of
like
it's a fake story out of like a bare bone
Yeah, but then they're like, oh, but look at all the cool moves that these guys. It's like if you look at it, it's like those who are like focus mainly on the graphics when it comes to video games.
Mhm.
And like there's a storyline, like, oh, the story can be whatever. We don't even care about the fuck storyline. But look how pretty this looks. And you're like, it looks really pretty, but why the fuck are we here doing this? Can you give me at least a little backstory, something to clue me in on this?
Mhm.
And then I'm like, oh, okay, this is why we're here. This is why we're doing it. Totally on board. You know, it as I've said before, and for someone who writes fantasy as well, it's like if you're wanting a story and in a fantasy realm, you have to have it, even as whimsical and as fantastic as any of it can be. Demons, ogres, monsters, magic, sword fighting, healing spells, potions, all this other stuff. There has to be at least a smidgen of reality placed into it to at least allow you as the viewer to have an ability to connect to it. Because if it's too fantastical, it doesn't grab you. You have no basis to connect with. You have no realism involved with it, and it just becomes you remove yourself from the experience as far away as it could possibly be. That's why it's like, as bad as some of those ones were, like the ones where it was in another world with my smartphone, or as these other like cheesy isekai fantasies are. Yes, they're completely cheesy, B-rated, totally, but I still would rank them above some of these video game ones, only because they added that sense of realism to it, and they gave you characters who had real issues that even in our world, or you would personally could relate to and be like, oh, I totally get that. Oh, my phone battery is about to die. I got to go charge it up. Oh, sure. Yeah, I totally get that. Have that happen multiple times. Or, it's like, oh, I'm hungry. Oh, sure. Yeah, you got to eat. It's just like in Goblin Slayer. How many times did you see them eating? How many times did you see them having to sit down, eat, drink, take care of themselves? Yes, they were fighting goblins and other things, but they had something to base it in. They're like, oh, they're having to camp here for the night because they have to sleep, and two, they have to have a fire to eat stuff with. Things like that. I feel like you get so separated from in these other animes like that are just purely based on video games. Because how many? Yes, there have been some video games that do like, oh, you have to cook your food or something like that, but there are so many that don't bother with that. There are so many that are just like, oh, your guy never needs to eat at all. You just keep on pushing and keep on, you can day, night, doesn't even matter. Or if you're lucky, even if the video game does day or night, sometimes it's just like it's day 24/7. Or it's only night when like you actually like go to a place to sleep just to recover your hit points or something like that. It's like, come on. Give me some dynamics here. Give me some realism here. Give me something that I can agree with or latch on to. So I'm hopeful because I at least have seen an anime that they have done, and as of late, I have seen an anime that was based on a video game that is, I think, pretty decent, pretty good. So I guess we'll see where this one goes.
The Breath of the Wild cooking song is the best.
Take your.
All right. The next show we're going to be talking about is Gyakuten Sekai no Denshi Shoujo. Turnabout World's Battery Girl. Rumble Grandall. What?
I never you know what? I don't even bother reading the translation of the titles. I'm just go with it. So, synopsis for this one. Japan, 2019, just before the dawn of a new era, suddenly a rift to another dimension appears in the sky. revealing an alternative world, Shinkoku Nippon, with the sky and the earth upside down. This parallel world keeps their former militarism, with its era being eternal Showa. The military invades the real Japan with giant humanoid robots called Garen and their gas weapons Genmu, rendering our modern weapons ineffective. Shinkoku Nippon instantly seizes the government and achieves de facto conquest of Japan. The new era, Riwa, has not arrived for Japan. Not arrived? I think it would be now arrived, right? So this one, I can see why. I'm kind of watching the trailer just a little bit. A lot of flashy, not a whole lot of context going into it. It does definitely have kind of a little bit of an old feel to it, I'd say, as far as the animation style goes. Almost Lupin-esque with some other little variations here and there.
Okay. Studio is Lurch.
What have they done?
They did Hanako Toilet Show.
Oh, goody.
And they've done Radiant, and then Kanata no Astra. They've done Kino's Journey.
Oh, they did Kino's Journey.
I
think they did. That's
this.
A heavy storyline one.
I think this is the one that you like.
Kodo Sensei, Monster Musume. Did you ever end up finishing Kodo Sensei?
The yellow guy?
Yeah.
Well, that's Assassination Classroom. Never mind.
Yep. That it is.
No. Wait.
You so need to finish that one.
Okay. Classroom of the Elite. That's not the one. That's not the one that you liked, right?
I don't believe so. Anyways, they've done some decent stuff.
Yes.
I will say they've done some fairly decent stuff that I have watched. I'm almost positive that the ones even I haven't watched, there are probably more that they have done that is pretty decent as well. Pretty good. Kodo Sensei, I mean, Assassination Classroom, that's just great. And so is Kino's Journey. That one is also great because it's hugely story driven, which is why I fell in love with it as much as I did. So yeah, it definitely this has an intriguing storyline because for me, from the sound of it, it's not so much that another world is like we have gone to another world. It's now another world has come to us. So that's the flip side of what it is that they're trying to go for. And I'm all about it. I'm like, all right, well, obviously, as you know, what is it? Gate, which had like we were the overcoming, like we had huge firepower, and they couldn't stand against us because they were using bows and arrows and swords and all that. And meanwhile, we had M16s that were, and chain guns and missiles and everything that were shooting them down and all that.
Yeah.
Here in this situation, it sounds like we are the weaker ones, and we're trying to come to terms with what it is that we can do as the weaker side.
Okay.
Sounds like we'll probably fight back, probably learn how to use what they have against them in some way, shape, or form, I would imagine. Yeah, I'm at least somewhat interested to see where this goes. And if it's at least even half as interesting as it sounds, I think it should be an interesting ride for sure.
Yeah. I don't know. Looking at the picture, I'm like, I don't know. It's like with Gate, you like the characters were like military guys, so we were just following the military. And like with this one, it's like three girls, and I don't know. It's like I can see why we're the weaker side because they don't look that strong.
Well, there's something in the background of that photo too that looks a little distressing.
Yeah.
There's a brief flash of the trailer that showed that as well, but like multiplied, which might be where this "we became the weaker side" came from. I don't know.
Oh, okay, so it's not like the standard fantasy.
No.
Yeah, okay.
No, it seems like they're probably a little. It seems like a fantasy / sci-fi ish, I guess.
Okay.
Is that what the what are the tags say on this one? There are no tags yet to this one. All right, that's fantastic. That's what I like to see. Well, it is an original source. There is no. So this isn't even based on like a book or a manga. It's just this someone came up with this.
Original IP. Cool.
Fair enough.
Okay. Yeah. Nobody would know except the people who made it.
So, and they ain't talking.
Cool.
So,
We shall see. All right. The next show we're gonna be talking about is Isekai Shokudo 2, Restaurant to Another World 2. There we go. Translation in the right spot.
so this is an unprecedented, because we just got done talking about when it comes to second season, third seasons, they actually don't really give much. This one actually gives an actual detailed explanation. So
yeah,
wonders never cease. The second season of Isekai Shokudo. The restaurant is opening up again with new characters and new dishes. There is a certain restaurant in the first basement level of the multi-tenant building and one corner of a shopping street near the office district. The historical restaurant, marked by a sign with a picture of a cat, is called Western Cuisine Nekuya. This restaurant looks completely normal through the week, but on Saturdays it opens in secret exclusively to some very unique guests. During these hours, doors in various areas of a parallel world open to allow customers of many different races and cultures into the restaurant. Well, so I kind of take that back because they basically just gave the synopsis that the first one did.
Yeah.
That's what that one was all about.
I was like, what's different this time?
Yeah. Well, so they're adding new characters and new dishes to the mix, which is fine. As long as if this is just a continuation of what we were experiencing from the first one, I'm totally fine with that. This is not a groundbreaking fantasy isekai anime by any stretch of the means, but it is interesting to watch in the uniqueness of because the fact that it opens to different parallel dimensions and different worlds all over the place. It's like you never know who's coming through that door.
Yeah.
You never know from time to time, from episode to episode, what it's going to be about, who you're going to look into, what the story, because it's almost like I'm sorry, it's almost like Kino's journey. Because you have the main character, which is the chef and the two waitresses that are in there. But after that, and yes, you are in the restaurant, but after that, everything is just completely up in the air. And what world you go into, because they do give at least a little backstory into each world that you go into, or why the person is coming to where you are. Because like one of them was the fact that someone got shipwrecked on an island and was living there for years and years and years, and he had some food with him at first, but eventually he didn't have any until the restaurant showed up.
Okay.
And then he was a regular customer in there every Saturday. And then like took leftovers with him at the end of it. Nice. Until eventually someone came along on another ship and rescued him.
That's cool.
Yeah. So, like I said, just little stories. So don't if going into this, yes, as ridiculous as the synopsis is, and trust me, it is ridiculous. It is a lighthearted, just sit back, relax, watch yourself an episode, and just don't care about anything. And even if you're not necessarily like your entire attention is focused on it, that's okay because you don't need to be. It does everything it wants to do. It says everything it wants to say, and it's almost formulaic in what it does because every person that comes in has to see the menu. Most of them can't read anything, so basically he set up a menu service where it's like pictures
Mm.
on the menu, and they just point to what they want. They point to what looks good for them, or they let him know what it is, like their dietary restrictions essentially, and he cooks them up something that will work for them.
Nice.
You know, and it's always real food. You know, just like Food Wars, it's always real food. Things you could actually make, things you can actually do. It's just, you know, he just comes up with whatever it is that his customers want. And, you know, I've yet to see, and it may happen at some point, but I've yet to see a customer be upset with what they got. Most of them, all of them are always just like, oh, this is delicious. How do you do this? What did you put into it? How is it so good? You know? So I I enjoy it. Like I said, it is not a groundbreaking by any means anime. I have other animes on my list that are definitely, in my opinion, more of a groundbreaking and I top tier. But this is definitely one of those I will probably watch if only because it's just a nice, a lot of times I get home and I just pop on an anime at the end of my day, and it's just a nice day to sit back and relax. And if that's what you want to do, this one's for you.
Cool.
So,
Yeah, this one's done by Oriental Light and Magic, or OLM. I just assumed it was Oriental Light and Magic because we've talked about them before, but this may, yeah, this is the Beyblade and Beyblade Studio. They do a lot of Yokai Watch, Pokemon. Yeah, there's a studio where rarely their big shows get put on streaming services, but the smaller shows, like this one and two more that we're going to talk about this season.
Yeah, I was about to say they have actually a couple of them this season, don't they?
Yeah, King's Raid from last year. Yeah, some of the shows have been coming to streaming services, but they're big ones. They're big IPs. They tend to stay on broadcast network, I guess. Mm-hmm. But yeah, another show that I saw the first episode too, and many seasons might pass me by.
Admittedly, this is one of those that you could watch the first episode of
season 2 and not have to worry about it,
and not really have to worry about it. I mean, you may have a moment of, wait, who's that character?
Yeah.
But other than that, you can watch this and just be like, no, this is just, because like I said, every episode is different, and that, the characters that come in are different. But beyond that, it's the same formulaic process all the way through.
Okay. All right. The next show we're going to be talking about is Komi-san wa Komyosho desu. Or Komi can't communicate.
I've had the last three. Even though I know we both have this one, I'll let you take this one.
Yeah. Timid. Timid Tadano is a total wallflower, and that's just the way he likes it. But all of that changes when he finds himself alone in the classroom on the first day of high school with the legendary Komi. He quickly realizes she isn't aloof, she's just super awkward. now he's made it his mission to help her on her quest to make 100 friends. Okay.
It sounds, it sounds cute.
Yeah. So for me, I'm gonna say this is a romance with lumpy character designs. It's a very stylistic show.
It is.
And the characters seem very extreme and unique. So a character that's like surprised is gonna be like totally stunned. And a character that's happy is gonna be unbelievably ecstatic. So this seems like it's gonna be a pretty interesting show. It's also done by OLM, Oriental Light Magic, who did the last show. The Pokemon and what was the other show? The kids' TV shows. Beyblade, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Now, I will say,
stuff like that.
I will say that this, not exactly the same, but something similar in regards to that, which I appreciated, was there was an anime about a very rich girl who, while going to school, she has a passion for anime, but it's not like prim and proper.
Mm-hmm.
So she can't talk with anybody about it, and she really would want to talk with somebody about it. So she ends up getting in with this other guy who has a love for it as well, and learning more about it, and becoming really good friends with him. And I kind of see this as something similar because he was always downcasted and thought little of because he was open about the fact that he was an otaku. And everyone else was like, oh, an otaku, oh, ew. Very stereotypical thing for a lot of animes in regards to that, especially when it comes to like a very prim and proper schooling or whatever. But I see something kind of similar happening here.
Yeah, like for him being kind of like
he's downcast. Yeah, he's downcast, loner situation.
Yeah.
And she seems aloof and seems unreachable for most people, but it's just because, like him, he's kind of awkward, I guess. Yeah. It sounds like.
Yeah.
And I think the two of them are probably going to help each other out and opening themselves up in that regards. And I think at the end of it, if she succeeds in her goal of having 100 friends, which is, by the way, crazy. I'm just going to point that out there. I'm like, come on, you don't need 100 friends. I mean, maybe
2 or 3.
Get yourself like 10 max. Just, set yourself a more reasonable goal. But it's an anime, so they have to go overboard. So I get it.
100's a nice number. Let's do 100.
Yeah, let's do 100. And I'm like, you understand what it takes to get all that going on? I'm like, geez, you'd go pull your hair out. Yeah, no, I definitely think that this is going to be great as far as character development goes.
Yes.
I see a great deal of character development happening for both characters, and I'm excited to see how it turns out. Because like most things, like we were saying before about the other anime, which just seems to be a theme with this studio then, and which they're trying to produce, is that there's nothing like overly exciting or like you have to like necessarily get deeply invested in. Most of what they're doing is fairly lighthearted and just enjoyable as far as that goes.
A nice little chill show.
Yeah, and I think that's what this is going to be. But then again, like I said, the other one, the restaurant one, that was also that same sort of ways too. It's very chill. So that seems to be their faux pas, as it were. Their way of doing things. So, anyways.
Alright. The next show we're going to be talking about is TacoYaki. Tsukushima, and it is the first of many vampire shows this season. Few of which we'll talk about, but and the translation is the vampire dies in no time.
Synopsis on this one seemed very interesting.
Yeah. Well, I haven't checked it out yet. The reason why I picked this one because it's like non-serious vampire show.
Mm.
Me, I get the overall themes of like Soul Eater, where it's like the characters and stuff like that are like themed after like yeah, like the Headless Horseman and all these other like famous characters, and they're themed like that, even though that they aren't like. It'll be a character that is the Headless Horseman, but their name isn't Headless Horseman. And then they aren't going around chopping off people's heads all day. It's like styled like lore, but not playing out the lore. And those are kind of like, I don't know, those shows end up seeming the most fun because like Soul Eater was crazy. I loved that show. Soul Eater was not. But yeah, the synopsis for this show is a vampire hunter learns of a mansion inhabited by a vampire who is rumored to have kidnapped children and goes there to intending to take him down. But then it turns out that the vampire's a wimp who keeps turning into ash at the smallest things, and that the kids aren't being held captive. They're just using the haunted house as their personal playground. So the vampire doesn't like die.
No, probably much in the same sense as Dracula. Like, he'll die, but he'll just be reborn inside his coffin.
Oh, okay.
Is probably what's gonna happen. Like, he dies, probably, more than likely, just because, I mean, that's kind of the way it says, vampire dies, but it's not as permanent as it would otherwise be.
Okay.
So this is done by Madhouse.
Madhouse? Looks like y'all are having some fun. Hey, Overlord. Yeah. Yes, they've done shows like Overlord.
I'm trying to see, because there's an animation style that this reminds me of, and I'm just trying to go through their collection to see if something jumps out at me as far as what it would have done. But I'm the one I'm thinking of maybe very, very old.
And yeah, this does seem like a I don't know. I wouldn't say an older comedy, but
well, as you said, it's very stylized.
Yes.
It is very stylized, and there was definitely an anime I remember early on, which, if it's true, and Madhouse did that one as well, that's actually going to be kind of funny, and would lead me to believe that whoever's doing it either is the same people, which would be crazy because it was such a long time ago, or that they're just rehashing some of their old animation style, and they thought that it would work fairly well in regards to that. Oh geez, I'm back in 1998 already. 1997. Oh, yeah, there's Birdie.
Birdie. God, I gotta watch that.
See, what I'm thinking of, I don't think was a... Oh god, X. That one. It was a movie because I think it was only like one episode or one thing, but it was so stylized. Like the animation itself was just so different from anything else.
Mm.
I don't see it though. Nothing is at least is jumping out at me.
Okay.
But it was like a crazy space one. I remember like the animation style like immediately jumped out to me as being like, hey, you remember that anime at that time? It kind of has something familiar to it.
Okay. Some of the more recent shows that they've done, it's like No Guns Life, which we've talked about. They did Boogie Pop Phantom, and both the original and the remake, or the second one.
I mean, it's Madhouse. They've done so many ones that we have talked about and absolutely loved. They've done one of my favorites, which is Helsing Afro Samurai, Techno Lives.
The one show that they've broken their rule for sequels, Overlord.
Overlord, which
One Punch Man, right?
Well, that one they were the ones who did the original one, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I gotta say, it was another studio that picked up that second season. Which
Parade.
Yep.
That was one of our first biggest shows on this.
Well, and see, there we go. Like we were talking about before about anime that's very thought-provoking.
Yes.
Death Parade was such a thought-provoker.
Yeah. Parasite.
Such a thought-provoker.
Cardcaptor Sakura. Oh, No Game, No Life.
Yep.
Oh my God.
The one in which they need to freaking break their goddamn rule about making sequels to them.
Hey, they should give it to JC Staff again.
You know what? I honestly wouldn't mind if they did. As bad as it was, I'm like, for the love of God and all that is holy, if you are really hell-bent on no sequels, fucking give it to them. Like, no, we're not going to do sequels because they're always horrible compared to the first one. All right, then give it away.
Then why are you doing Overlord for the 5th time?
Yeah. Then why the fuck did you fuck up Overlord for as bad as you did?
But
not get too on a rant on that because I'll go for hours on that.
But yeah. So this seems like a fun vampire show.
Yeah, I would agree.
Seems like it'll be interesting. I haven't had like a fun monster comedy show in a while. So the next show we're gonna be talking about is Lupin the Third, Part 6.
I really, Vin? You did? Really?
I love watching the first episodes of Lupin shows. Lupin's awesome.
All right. Now, don't get me wrong, anyone out there who may watch this or be watching this, look, I'm okay with Lupin. He's been around for forever. Literally. He's been around for forever. But this is the 6th freaking part of freaking Lupin the Third. And I'm pretty sure, was he Lupin the Third always, or is Lupin sometimes, did it start there? I don't even remember as far as that goes, because, God, this guy's been around for fucking forever. But here we go again. This is part 6 of it. And I'm like, you can't even tell me you have even watched the first season or series all the way through on this one, can you?
No.
See? That's where I have a problem.
Let me actually do some AniList searching just so I can get like a idea of but it would help if I could spell it right. All right. So I remember watching a couple episodes of Lupin the Third for the first time on Toonami Midnight Run.
Mm-hmm.
The first one that we actually talked about on the show
Mm-hmm.
was probably part 4. I definitely know we talked about part 5, and I really love the or maybe I know we talked about part 5.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm trying to find part 4 to see what the picture looks like, because
Just click on the main thing, and every time you click on source, it goes back to the next one.
okay. I'm seeing so many different things from Lupin.
Yeah, because he's been around for fucking forever.
Let's see.
Part 4. He's had prequels, sequels, side stories.
There was one that was like super stylized, and I believe that's part 4. Yeah, the first one that we talked about on the show was part 4. It came out in 2015, and I really like it I don't know. It kind of reminds me of like double oh 007, where every double oh 007 has this super stylized song and intro sequence to all the movies. And
I want to show you something real quick. I want to show you something.
yeah, and part 4 had a really stylized intro. I watched the first episode, and the first episode was great, and then I stopped. And then we watched part 5, and that was the more modernized one with social media in like added to it, and like technology was more modern. And now that part 6 is here, I'm like, ooh, more Lupin. What are they gonna be doing this time?
This isn't even all of the sequels in regards to that, because this is going from the original one, right?
Mm.
So add about 5 more onto this.
Oh, okay.
That's a lot of Lupin.
Yeah.
That's
a whole lot of Lupin.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 per row. 7, 14, 21, 28, 35, 36, 37, 38. And then add in all the sequels after that. That is 43? 3? Yeah, 43. And we're on 44. So, about that. Alternative side story.
Be like Cypher.
How many side stories does this motherfucker need to have? He has how many? Okay, so you related him. Now I'm just kind of curious. You related him to Bond, right? How many Bond movies? All right, hold on. How many Bond movies are there?
It's been going on for 50 years, I think.
26. There are 26 Bond movies.
Yes, you just double it.
There's more Lupin than there is Bond. Holy crap. And that's just the freaking. Hold on. How many manga books are for Lupin series?
Yeah, about 70 chapters. Actually, no, because Lupin has series, so.
Yeah.
About 300.
So Lupin the Third, just Lupin the Third, has 14 volumes. How many other? Oh, Jesus Christ! I'm gonna be here all day trying to look for. Oh, this shit. Let's not do that. I'm just saying, there is a shit ton of backstory when it comes to Lupin. It's just, I don't know who has more actual media out there for them. I'm pretty sure it would probably be, it's still probably going to be One Piece, but I'd say Lupin probably give it a good run for his money. He probably would with everything else.
Yeah, 'cause I know One Piece has more than 1,000 episodes.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if
Lupin III began serialization in manga action comics on August 10th, 1967, and has spawned a media franchise that includes several manga, 5 animated television series, 6 theatrical released animated films, 2 live action films, 26 animated television specials,
specials, yeah.
2 musicals, and numerous music CDs and video games.
Lupin is thief.
And what is it? Lupin the third is. They just keep rolling them out. They'd be like, all right, next Lupin. All right, next Lupin. Oh
this
my
show
God
is almost as old as my stepdad.
Was that the first thing that came out for it? Was in. Oh, now.
This show is older. You know how, like, some parents talk to their kid, they're like, man, this show is older than you. And I'm like, I can tell my mom, this show is older than you.
Lupin the Third was written and illustrated by Monkey Punch. It was serialized by Futabasha and Weekly Manga Action in 94 chapters from August 10th, 1967. Additional chapters known as Lupin Third Adventures were released from August 12th, 1971. You realize whoever frickin' was the first one to actually draw Lupin probably no longer exists?
Oh, yeah, maybe.
Chances are fairly good.
Especially with the last year.
Uh-huh. Ooh.
His legacy will live on.
Who created
Part
Lupin the
7,
Third?
Part 8, Part 9.
Under the pen name Monkey Punch. Okay. His inspiration for the series was fictional. Who is Monkey Punch? Oh God, he looks old. Actually, yeah. Wow. I'm sorry. I feel bad now. So that was kind of a real quick. He was born May 26, 1937, and died April 11th, 2019. Only 2 years ago. Well, at least it was right before the pandemic.
Wow. Well, his legacy will live on.
Yeah, no, his legacy will live on. That's for damn sure. Because I seriously doubt they're going to stop anytime soon with how much they've done so far. He died at the age of 81. I mean, that's a fulfilling life, I feel.
Oh yeah, I have like one of the longest running IPs.
Mm-hmm.
That span like all different kinds of media.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, you got to give credit to that. It's just like the only one you probably could give more credit to for that, and as far as the age, would have been Stan Lee.
Yeah.
So, no one who would have had more only because of the amount of comics that could have come out based upon the characters he originally created.
Yeah.
So.
Alright. Lupin the Third, Part 6. Gentleman Thief. Lupin the Third is back and ready for the next caper. Unless legendary sleuth Sherlock Holmes has anything to say about it.
What?
When Holmes, his longtime partner, Dr. Watson, is murdered, none other than Lupin tops the suspect list. With Holmes fast closing in, Lupin must prove his innocence and bring a shadowy organization called the Raven to heel if he wants to live to steal another day. Well, Sherlock Holmes. I know somebody got shot at the beginning, so
you have something special when other big name, well known characters are a part of your character's lore. I mean, come on. Sherlock Holmes, Watson? Really? Holy crap. How is that a tag? One of the tags for it is primarily adult cast. Why do we need to know that?
Yeah. That's one thing that
Why do we need to know that?
Well, that's one thing that, like, for certain, knowing me, like, as soon as you say, "Oh, this show's done by Doga Kobo," I'm like, "Ah, it's gonna be my cute stuff, yay!" Like, another thing that I do like is like shows that aren't like based in high school, shows that are like all adult characters where it's like a mature story. So,
but they're not. They're not saying adult characters. They're saying adult cast.
Oh, well, no, cast could be the actual characters and
Okay, what does it say? Main cast is mostly composed of characters above a high school age. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. But still, here's the thing. If they just said adult cast, I'd have been like, oh, okay. So, all adults, sure, why not? Above high school age. But they say primarily. So that means it's not 100% adult cast. Yeah. It's just mostly an adult cast.
Like one of them might have a kid, like in the picture. And like the kid's around a lot, so it's part of the main cast. But if the kid wasn't there, it'd be all adults.
Why does it matter?
Yeah, that part I agree. That's
why that matters. It really does.
But
and then the other tag for it is foreign, which is partly or completely set in a country outside the country of origin. Well, duh, it's Sherlock Holmes. Unless Sherlock Holmes went to Japan for some fucking reason, I'm pretty sure they're in England.
Yeah, why is Lupin in England? That's interesting.
Well, he's stealing something. And I like how you confirmed or like relate him to Bond. Yet Bond's like an agent of England, a secret agent, and whereas Lupin's just a thief.
I can't remember my reasoning. Why? I did it because of like the saga, I think.
Oh my god.
There was a reason like 5 minutes ago. I don't remember anymore.
Oh my god. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. So yeah, Lupin the Third, Part 6. And we'll be talking about it again in Part 7.
Oh, TMS Entertainment, by the way.
Oh yes, they have done. Are they another studio that has done?
They've done some weird. Oh, hey, they're the ones who are doing Sere Gensuko. Getsuki. The one I was talking about before for fantasy.
Yeah.
But
I feel like they have like a big. They did Banana.
Oh yeah, that's a winner. That's a keeper right there. I mean, they do a lot. They do a lot of Lupin stuff.
Free Life. Ooh, what else?
Yeah, make a little box. Yeah.
Detective Guy.
Oh, yeah, that. See,
I'm like, I feel like they have another like.
I think they're just stuck on that sort of thing.
Like,
They're like, we make someone a detective, all right, and now he's a kid. All right, now let's make someone. Let's do one about similar, but now he's the thief. Now we're on the other side of the equation.
yeah, okay. It looks like Detective Conan and Lupin are their two
Big
biggest
ones.
running IP. Yeah, two biggest running IPs.
I mean, they have a few like side ones every now and then. They branch off a little bit. The Jitsu wa Watashi wa is that one was pretty good. Did you ever watch? Did you ever watch that one? Jitsu wa Watashi wa?
What year was it?
2015. Yeah.
It sounds familiar. Okay, 2015. Oh, I think I remember starting it. I think you watched this one.
Mm-hmm. I did, but I'm surprised if you didn't watch that one because that one was quite entertaining.
Isn't this one like Actually I'm a Vampire or something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, like he met a vampire, he met an alien, and werewolf, and something else too. I can't remember.
Okay.
Oh, and the pink-haired girl in the background is an actual demon, and she's the principal.
It's like I vaguely remember the show, but then I think the only part that I remember is that she was a vampire. Yeah. I must have only seen the first episode.
The green-haired one's the vampire, the blue-haired one's the alien, the one on the right on the back with the reddish hair, that one's the werewolf. Pink-haired one's demon, and the one in the way back, she's just human, but she has to discipline the demon when she decides to start. She likes to cause a little bit of anarchy, even though she's the principal, and then expects everyone to respect her because of that, but no one does. But anyways,
yeah, TMS Entertainment. Their shows cover the gamut. It's like their main big IPs are detective ones, but then they jump all over the place otherwise.
Mm-hmm. That's probably like the way they funded it.
Yeah.
They have their main IPs that they do, and so every now and then they'll come out with a new one for it. But then they fund the rest of them just by off the profit from those.
All right. The next show we're gonna be talking about is Megaton Q Musashi.
This one's you as well.
Yep, and it's also Oriental Light and Magic. All right, why did I choose this one?
I don't even think I read the synopsis for this one. I just looked at that picture and went, skip.
So the reason why I brought this one up is because I was mad.
You were mad?
Yes. So I watched the trailer and I'm like, they didn't even try to match the 2D to the 3D. Why?
Yeah, see, I immediately knew. I'm looking at it going, skip. Nope.
Then also the show is stylized like a kid's show, so I don't know how on board I would be. And it makes sense because it's OLM. So let's see what the story is going to be about.
I see a lot of punching. They're like, hey, look at these brand new flashy mechs. Now everyone's going to punch each other for a while. Just punch, 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 punch.
The story takes place after 90% of humanity is wiped out due to an invasion. Wow. Survivors live in a shelter where their lives are monitored and memories of the invasion are erased. 3 teenagers from the shelter are chosen to pilot 3 machines that combine to form the Musashi bot robot made out of material named Megatronium alloy. The series will balance robot action with school life. And I need what? Why are you telling me that they're balancing it? Like,
can that be any more kiddie-ish in regards to what they just said? I don't think so. This is such a kid show. God, and even the look. Oh God, it's a game. Is it based on a game? Look at that.
I'm just mad that they didn't even try to mix the styles of the thing.
No, oh God, that's the reason. It's not based on a game, but they've already have a game and on the PS4 for it. Either it's out or it's going to be. This is such a marketing thing. I don't even. Oh God.
Where are the toys?
I don't know if they can compete with Gundam still. I don't know.
New kids are like, hey, my dad likes Gundam. I don't want Gundam.
Exactly. Oh God.
But yeah, I'm gonna watch the first episode. I'm just mad that the trailer they didn't even try. So.
Oh yeah, no, they totally didn't, because that was hard to watch. That was painful in so many ways. Speaking of painful, good Lord.
So, yeah, I just want to bring that one up and be like, that was bad first impression.
Well, I'm glad. So is that one you're not gonna watch then?
I'm watching it. I just want to confirm that it's good.
That's bad. I just want to be there to be like, oh, this sucks.
Don't watch it.
Don't watch it.
I watched it, so you don't have to.
Is that what we're doing now? I'll take it. I'll take the shot. I will be the Piccolo to your Gohan and take the blast of the horrible, horrible CGI anime for you, so you don't have to.
Yeah. So, the next show we're going to be talking about is Miyako-chan.
Oh, I guess since you've had the last two, I'll take this one up. Give you a little bit of a break. Yeah, that's actually kind of decent because it kind of goes 2 and 2 after that too.
Cool.
Okay, if I could actually talk without coughing, jeez. Note to self: never eat almonds while doing this. I'm gonna laugh, and something's gonna go in the wrong direction. Anyways, Medical-chan. The synopsis first is: all of a sudden, a girl is able to see grotesque monsters all around her, but no one else can. Rather than trying to run away or face them, she instead musters all her courage and ignores them. Join her day-to-day life as she keeps up the best poker face despite the supernatural goings-on. So, without seeing the synopsis, or without seeing the trailer for this originally, by the by, this is done by Studio Azione.
They're the ones who are redoing Higurashi.
Oh,
which
that sets my expectations for how grotesque and fucked up these are going to look that much more. They've also done Citrus. They did Roku no Yusha.
Ooh.
Yeah, Roku no Yusha. That one is another one. Like, if you ever out there want a good detective-esque type, but in a different sort of setting, in a fantasy setting, Watch that
Yeah.
anime. That
Yeah,
one,
like a
super
12
good.
Angry Men kind of story.
That one, super good.
Yes.
But yeah, so that kind of gives me some expectations now for what this one is going to look like. I'll watch the trailer for it while you discuss. So, just as a forward, as far as why I originally picked it, based upon the synopsis,
Yes.
is because it sounded to me something similar to Natsume.
Okay. Yep.
In the same sort of realm as Natsume, and the same sort of realm as Ancient Magus' Bride.
Okay.
Because the ability to see the supernatural goings on, I mean, and having no one else around you know what it is that you're seeing. Like I've seen what that, as far as at least those two situations, I've seen what that does to someone's psyche, what that does to someone personally, and depending upon when in her life she gained this ability to do so, she may be, it's kind of fucked up in a lot of ways. So
Yeah, I would say usually in that case, when there's a character that can see the supernatural, and like they usually bring it up.
mhm.
There's also other case, that one show that where she could hear people's thoughts, and usually a child at that age, they'll bring it up and try to like inform other people that of what they're seeing or what they're hearing, and the kid will just say what they see or
Mhm.
say what they hear.
Well, yeah, because
And
kids are very open and honest.
yes, and depending on the kid's personality, whether they will just stay honest or will they kind of cover up their feelings because they want to like they want their parents' approval or their friends' approval.
Yeah, they
So it
they
seems
they want to be able to lead a normal life.
they want to fit in, yes.
Yeah, which is
So it
is what
seems
from her standpoint, I can see why she's doing what she's doing.
yeah, she's like I can tell that probably when she was younger, whenever she would bring that up, like it was a bad situation. So she's like, I'm just gonna ignore it then
Yeah,
and not cause any trouble.
as
So
long as it doesn't do anything for me. But here's the thing: based upon that synopsis and based upon what I've known about these sorts of things, that may work initially. So, like maybe the first couple of episodes, we may see that just kind of works for her.
mhm.
But I guarantee you, something's going to come up.
Yeah.
Something's going to come up where she can't ignore it.
Yep.
And I'm kind of curious because in Natsume, the spirits and the monsters that he saw could interact with him.
Yeah.
So I'm curious as to what extent it's going to be for her. Is she going to have to run away from some of these things because of the fact that they could actually hurt her? Or is it more that she just has to not freak out every time she sees one of them because of the fact that, even though they're not corporal and can't do anything, it's still like essentially a jump scare every time one of them just appears out of nowhere.
Yes.
So just not screaming her head off every 5 seconds as some new grotesque looking monster just appears out of nowhere.
Yeah.
So I mean, again, that is where my curiosity led, and they do a good job on that preview of not really showing the monsters or the undead creatures or entities that she keeps saying.
Yeah.
So I like when, so even though I can't understand a lot of the trailers because most of them are not in English, I like the fact of when a trailer for anything is good enough to show you just enough without spoiling things in regards to that. Because now I can go into it having an expectation to a certain extent, and then being shocked or surprised when something comes out, and I'm like, oh my. Because I'd be like, again, a lot of times I put myself in that situation as far as the character goes that I'm watching, whatever the main character is, and I'd be like, would I have enough wherewithal in my mind to not all of a sudden jump out of my seat screaming bloody murder if I saw that all of a sudden standing next to my desk or something.
Yeah.
You know? Because some of them you look at and go, that's nasty. That,
Yeah.
that's horrible on all sorts of levels. I don't think we need to be looking at that thing. Can it move on? Can it go and follow whatever predetermined function it needs to do and get out of our sight? Because holy shit.
Yeah, and a lot of times, like, they can communicate back and forth. Like, she sees it, it sees her, and she's like, "Hello," and he's like, you're like, okay.
Yeah.
I'll
Well,
go about my day.
and then you take an instance like Constantine,
Okay.
where after he or no, from a certain age, he could see the undead and angels and demons and stuff like that. Like he could actually see those sorts of things. But as a kid, like most of the undead, the souls that were trapped on Earth or whatever, would just be going about like their routine.
Mm-hmm.
And he would just see them. And there would not be even much of a communication, but it would be like, oh, that's freaky. Like, how would you expect to just be able to just stand there and be like, there's a lady there with like half her face gone, just sitting in a seat on the bus? What am I supposed to do about that information that I currently have? Because that's freaky.
Yeah.
So, no, I'm curious, and I feel like I might give props to her for. I feel like initially I might give props to her for being able to keep it together, but I also feel like this might be one of those heartfelt things where you're just like, oh, she has to go through some shit, and it's gonna be rough.
Yeah.
So, speaking
Yeah.
of which, when I initially said that, and all of a sudden looked over because I had been watching the trailer preview for, I saw one of the tags and immediately went, oh, it is gonna go that way, because one of the tags is bullying.
Mm.
So.
Again.
I'm not at all like opposed to having that in as like an anime or any form of media, so long as it's handled the right way.
Yes.
You know, if you want to include things like hard things like bullying, rape, abuse of any sort of kind in that regards, I am okay with any sort of media, book, movie, TV show, anime, whatever. I'm okay with that, so long as you show it in the correct light. So long as these horrific things that are happening to people are showcased as horrific things that they are, and they have a reason for that. So my expectation was already that she was probably going to have situations like that because, again, I've seen Natsume, I've seen Ancient Magus' Bride. I know what their life was like when they were growing up, and I guarantee you that's probably the same thing she's going through. Because you can't help it. You can't help being a kid when you see stuff like that. Like you were saying, you're going to be open and honest about it. You're going to be like, why is there a dead man sitting next to my you know, at the front door or something like that? Because it was originally his house, and he died, but he's still walking around and whatever, things like that, where you're just like
that whole unfinished business.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm I have a feeling I'm gonna feel for her probably in the same way that I felt for both Natsume and God, whatever her name was from Ancient Magus' Bride. I can't remember off the top of my head.
Yeah. So I chose this show because the blonde pigtail girl, I really like her character design. As far as the concept of this show, I was like, oh, okay. Like one character can see monsters and most likely other people can't, or most other people can't, just like the shows that we've named. And I was like, at first this seems like a comedy, but I don't know if anything serious is going to happen because there's actually monsters in it. So most likely everything, like basically everything that we did cover, it does look like it's going to start out maybe comical, and then it's going to take a serious turn.
I found the tag for your blonde. Yeah.
Yep.
Prominently features a female character who has a distinct American emulated fashion style, such as tan skin, bleached hair, and excessive makeup, also known as a gal.
Yep. We shall see. Hopefully it doesn't get too serious like some shows that we've covered.
Well, it's gonna to a certain extent because part of it is also saying philosophy, relating or devoted to a study of the fundamental nature of knowledge, reality, and existence. So it might not take a bad turn, but it's definitely going to take a more serious-ish type turn, I guess.
Okay.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, there's underlining things in regards to like Natsume, where it's a lot of that, like things that are not necessarily expressed, but are just it's an understanding that these were the things that were happening. Like, you understand that he had a rough childhood, and they don't have to go into necessary details about it, but you understand it because they explain that the people he ends up being with is like the 10th or 12th time he's been passed around the family, essentially. And the ones he's currently with are like distant relatives in some way, shape, or form who just agreed to take him in. So it's like, okay, yeah, probably because he got passed around and everyone freaked the fuck out when he talked about the hand or the monster coming through the doorway or some shit like that. So no, I'm this is probably one of my, not highest, but definitely one of my upper tier ones that I'm curious about.
I'm gonna go ahead and apologize now for liking the pigtail girl. I feel like something bad's gonna happen to her now.
Calling it here. We're gonna have it on camera. We have it on camera. If anything happens to her, it's DK's fault. Totally DK's fault.
But hopefully nothing terrible happens in the show, and it's more philosophical than anything else. All right, the next show we're going to be talking about is Jobless Reincarnation Part 2.
I love how you just immediately went to the English on that one.
I saw the name really long, and I'm like, is that other one the translation? I'm like, English words. There you go. Yes.
So again, I didn't even watch the trailer for this. This is just they do have a trailer for it. It looks like they eventually meet up with that other purple-haired mage, or the blue-haired mage. Sorry.
When did they put this on? Did they put this on this last week?
I don't know.
Because I watched all the trailers last week and I didn't see. Yeah, if I would have saw his face, I would have been like, they've been on my list.
So for those of you who don't know, I'll do a brief. See if I can bring it up from the previous one. Light novel, that one. Okay, so when a 34-year-old underachiever gets run over by a bus, his story doesn't end there. Reincarnated in a new world as an infant, Rudy will seize every opportunity to live the life he's always wanted. Armed with new friends, some freshly acquired magical abilities, and the courage to do the things he's always dreamed of, he's embarking on an epic adventure with all with all of his past experiences intact. So, this show.
I love this show.
This show has been called by multiple different people as the quintessential isekai. This has been called like this is what the standard for all isekai should come under.
Yeah, this is the new king. It's like Sword Art did start the genre, but this is like the king of it now.
Yeah, and I agree. I totally agree with it. Like there is so much world building and so much depth and character development inside of this, and it has here again, like I was saying before, it has such a grounding in realism in it that it just feels right. As wrong as it can be in certain situations, it does feel right. And I like the fact that yes, he was reincarnated. He still has all of his memories intact, and he's also like he's trying to do better, but that doesn't mean that he's automatically fixed all of his flaws from before. He tries to do better, but he still has things to work on, and he's still doing that. So having a flawed character like that is great because it humanizes them. It gives them purpose. It gives them reason. It gives them goals to strive for beyond go kill the demon king, as it were, in most stereotypical ones, or, defeat so-and-so, whatever, and we're like, how many episodes was the first one?
I want to say it's 12.
Was it 12 only? 11, actually.
Yeah, it was.
So, 11 episodes into
very efficient.
11 episodes into it, yes, absolutely. Pacing was great. Pacing was amazing. I absolutely enjoyed, loved the hell out of it. And we're 11 episodes into it, and as far as an overarching, like, they haven't done that stereotypical route. They haven't done the, oh, you have to go defeat the be the hero and defeat da-da-da-da-da in order to, cause peace for the world. Like, no, that's not what this is about. They've alluded to certain things around this world, but they're still building the world around us. And I love that. That is amazing. This world has so much complexity and so much, and the stakes are real. Like, the stakes are so real. Like, they've killed off so many characters in front of the main character that you just have this feeling. It's like, he could die. Worst comes to worst, he could die. If he didn't find the one dude with the spear that you see in the picture, when they got transported to another part of this world, I don't know if they would have survived.
No.
And then the fact that they introduced a God character too. That essentially was God, quote unquote. I don't know. We haven't really gone too much into him. He's just appeared, I think, twice in front of him to kind of nudge him in a direction. And I like that too, because it's like he tells him, the first time that he met up with him, one, he was in his original body, not the body he's gotten when he's been in this world. And two, when told, he's like, hey, when you wake up, there's going to be a guy in front of you. Help him. Very vague, very I'm not even going to give you all the answers. I'm not going to tell you who he is, what he is. I'm going to give you the information, and I'm going to give you a nudge and be like, this is kind of the direction you should go in. Everything else is up to you.
Yeah.
I'm just letting you know this is the direction you should go in. And I love that. We're not being spoon-fed this, and it's his choice. His choices matter. And I love that. Hands down. So I am super excited to see how this goes. They alluded to certain characters, and you saw in this trailer that they showed, there's that girl, the demon-looking girl with the horns and everything at one point. She came up, like, right when they got transported at one point, talking to herself or someone else that we just couldn't see for whatever reason. She's kind of a little bit abstract. Like, everyone is very, like, humanized looking. She's the only one who kind of looks a little abstract, and she had, like, the collar and the chain cuffs or whatever around her.
Okay.
Yeah. But everyone else, like, before that, like, it looks very humanized as far as that goes. She's the only one that looked a little off, a little different. Yeah, I'm just, and I'm ready. As again, this may be my and it may never happen, and this may be my previous isekai situation coming through. I mean, we know Rudius is powerful. He is powerful in his own right, especially if being a kid. I'm ready to see him go off, like him actually, like, do a mega flex on something or whatever. But I feel like that's like my isekai experience from other animes kind of showing through.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's gonna happen here, but I can't help but just be in anticipation for like that moment to come up where it's gonna be like, oh, he's gonna pull out something just absolutely flabbergasted and amazing as far as that goes. But I'm like, is he though? Like, it would be cool to see, but I feel like this is too grounded.
Yeah.
It's too grounded in realism to actually have that happen. He may work up to that point, but I don't think he's ever going to be at that point just off the bat. It's amazing that he can perform spells without incantations and stuff like that. He just has to concentrate, and I love that fact, because that was also one of those things they did in Wise Man's Grandchild, where he was able to create spells because he understood on a fundamental level what the elements would need or would do given certain parameters or certain structures. So he was able to perform these spells based upon his understanding and his feeling on what he knew, like certain laws of physics and stuff like that sort of situation. And I kind of feel like even if he's not necessarily doing it on purpose, that's kind of the same way that Rudius is kind of going about it. His understanding and his feeling and his the effort he placed in there, and not accepting what was told by him, but instead exceeding where others thought were impossible.
Yeah, because of his fundamental knowledge of chemistry and physics. When they say do this the long way, he's like, I know a shorter way.
Yeah. But I don't have to do that way. Or I can put forth more into what it is that I can do than what it is that you think should be done.
Yep.
And again, like, there's, like the fact that, like, things don't always go the way they should go.
Oh.
How many people have died? How many, like, when he was first getting his ability and learned how to use that one spell, the frickin' his teacher ended up electrocuting the horse and had to heal him. But it's like, that's some real shit right there. That's some, like, yeah, you slung power around and you weren't really thinking about that now, were you? You know what I mean? I'm like, all right, that's some true to life. That's some true to life shit there. There are consequences for your actions or inactions, as it were. And I'm like, I'm all about that.
Can't just be throwing electricity all over the place.
Oh, no. Because what did she do after that when Rudius did his thing? She made a freaking earth barrier around her and the horse to make sure none of them would get caught in the crossfire. So, Yeah, I am so glad it's back, and I hope. I mean, I'm already hoping from the start of this that this is not the last of this series. Like, I'm hoping that because they say it's part 2 or whatever. I'm like, okay, give me a part 3, 4, 5, 6. Like, you could progress this and keep expanding on this world and showing me new. And I would love to see him as an adult. I would love to see him fully fledged out, mage / kind of warrior, and just wrecking shit. I would love to see that.
Yeah.
And like at that point, it would be earned. At that point, whatever he would do, you're like, oh, he's been through shit. He's been through shit. He knows shit. He expanded his ability. He knows these spells. This is amazing.
And then like how he's changed other characters too. Like Sylphie?
Absolutely.
Like Sylphie, right? That was the green-haired girl's name. I'm like, just him teaching her that little bit, and then seeing her, like, even if like maybe they don't grow up together, or he doesn't see her again until they're adults. Like, just from the little bit that he did while he was living next to her, like how she's changed compared to where she would have been being bullied by all those people.
And I love to see their interactions again. I would love to see that like blossom into something more. Because, like, you could tell it was leading in that direction.
Mm-hmm.
And I would love for that to be a thing where that actually, like, maybe him... See, that's a rarity for me in that regards, to think about relationships. And
like shipping characters together.
I'm like, shit, I would love a more adult version when they become, like, you know, older teenagers or something like that. I would love for that to actually become a thing between the two of them. You know? Yeah, man, I'm... God, the series.
And it's like, it's only been 11 episodes, and we're like, oh my God.
Yeah, I mean, that shows you the extent and how well all of this is put together. I love the crap out of this, and I cannot wait for it to come out. And you know what's really crazy about this is it the same? Yeah, this is
like basically the only thing that they've done.
Yeah, the only thing this season has done. I'm like, you are setting your bar like really freaking high, my man.
It's like Mappa. It's like they came out of the gate with Terran Resonance, and Terran Resonance was an amazing show. This is another studio that's just coming out guns blazing.
Oh yeah, they knocked this one straight out of the park right from the get go, and I'm sitting here going, all right, what's your next project? What do you got coming up? Because you set your bar real high. Can you follow through with that? Because if the next project they come out with is just as good as this one, I'm going to be solidly impressed.
Yeah.
I mean, the animation on it alone. This is what, because I get it. There are parts in this, especially when it comes to the magic situation, where there's a bit of CG in there. I can tell there's a bit of CG in there, but they do it good. They don't overdo it. They blend it well. So it took me a couple times. Like, I watched it myself and just didn't even really notice it. And then it was after, like, watching some reactors and everything, like what they said or what they were noticing and looking, and I'm like, oh yeah, it is there, isn't it? But it's subtle. And I get it if you have to do that, especially since this is their first project. You know, you don't want to blow the budget, like, right away or whatever. But, damn.
I am so unbelievably excited for this season, even though I didn't bring it up in the last episode or this episode because I didn't recognize the title. But oh my God, like, I have no idea where this show is going.
No, like, I love the fact that I don't.
It is completely open-ended. It's like, it starts out in a similar situation, like a lot of isekais, it's like you have to be reborn. And it's like he's reborn as a baby. I'm like, oh, there's other shows that have been reborn as a baby, like Saga of Tanya the Evil, and we're like, okay, cool. So they have a goal they're gonna reach. They're gonna go through childhood, and we're gonna like jump cut to when they're up past their childhood. And they're like, nah, we're gonna stay in childhood for a while. We're like, oh, this is different. Then it's like he goes through some of his childhood. He has little relationships here and there, and meets teachers that come and go. And we're like 4 episodes in, and you're like, wait a minute, so much story is happening so quickly. And then it's like,
and then you have him when he's a kid and he's learning, you're like, oh, he's gonna be a prodigy. He's gonna be like the most powerful kid ever to be a mage or sling spells or whatever. And you like the fact that his dad was like, oh, well, as long as he learns swordsmanship from me and then he can learn about magic in the evenings, that's fine or whatever.
Yeah.
And it's like, what happens? Well, he learns swordsmanship, but he's not good at it. He kind of sucks at it. And then he does learn magic, and he is something of a prodigy at it. But what happened with Sylphia? She's able to cast spells without chanting now too.
Yeah.
And I'm like, because he was like, oh, well, maybe I won't be as special. And next thing you know, she's doing it on her own. And you're like, oh, hey, look, yeah, you the one thing you had kind of up on everyone was being able to do that. And now she's able to do that. But maybe she's going to be the only one who can do that because...
Yeah, maybe it's like a bloodline thing where it's like, we're like, of course elves can just do magic easily.
Well, also, it could be the fact that since she's so young.
Ah, yeah.
Because what is it that they said is like, most people don't do magic until they're way older and have more grounding. But he started young. He started doing it when he was like 3 or 4, and she's pretty much the same age as him. So she may not have the well of power that he can draw upon, but she now has the efficiencies of being able to cast things without chanting them. Because he taught her the same way he feels how those spells come about and what to do with it kind of situation.
Yeah. And then it's like after being basically a tutor for a Sylphie, then he goes to be a tutor for this other girl.
Yeah.
And then that's like a couple more episodes. And then why did they
They got caught up in something. That hasn't been fully explained yet, because there was a thing floating in the sky previous to that he noticed, and he talked to the head of the household that he's with about it, and they said it was a building back in the war-torn period or whatever that's been up there ever since, and no one knows anything about it, no one can get up to it or da-da-da-da-da, and but it's always there. And then something happened where someone got sent down, and because they felt like something was wrong, and they originally were trying to blame him, but they realized that wasn't the case. But they realized a little too late, and whatever magic someone else was brewing together caused like a huge catastrophe where it was like a windstorm or like a black hole sort of situation, and him, the girl, and that blade master female got caught up in it, and him and the girl got separated and sent pretty much halfway across the world away from where they were originally, and we still haven't found out where the blade master woman went.
Yeah. And then basically everybody's positions got scrambled.
Yep. That's how massive what had been brewing, but no one's been explained as far as why that occurred. There's been no explanation, no response.
Oh my God! And the letter that the dad wrote.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God!
The dad's trying to search for his son, and I think.
And then They had a second child, right?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Which the maid also had a child from his dad, and Rudius helped the maid stay with the family by blaming everything on the dad, making it his fault, which, to be fair, kind of was. He should have been more in line with that, but irregardless. And now she says that that child will end up being like his attendant, essentially. And yeah, so he has a sibling, he has a half sibling, he has Sylphiette. His mom's, I think, still back at their house, but the dad went off to try to find where the son went to. Once he found out how everything got switched around. And now his teacher, I believe, at the end of it was also trying to find where he went. Yeah. And that dude with the spear, we've only barely touched on, apparently in that land is considered to be an evil entity. Because a previous person used them and brainwashed them to essentially be berserkers. And now everyone just views them as that. So basically, every time they go into some civilization, he has to hide his identity. Otherwise, people will think that he's going to be on a killing spree, and everyone in that city just turns and tries to kill him.
Yeah, and like due to the personality that a lot of them carry, the story that was made up about them is easily like believable because of their personal traits. Yeah. So it makes it even harder for him to like, even if he does have that disguise, the way that he makes logic of everything follows that story. That kind of sucks.
He's very. I almost would say the same way as what's his name from Guardians of the Galaxy. The bald-headed dude, the Drax. Yeah. He's very, he's very blunt. Yeah, he's very blunt about everything, and whatnot. So it leads him to have issues in regards to that because Rudius sees the intricacies that he needs to do in order to try to sway people and do things not like to him it's all black and white. Rudius sees the grays obviously in things. There's a gray region where sometimes you have to work in. Rudius gets that, but he has to sometimes deal with his other guy about trying to be like, well, no, that's just wrong. And he's like, yeah, it is wrong, but all right. So it's problematic when it comes to that, but I think they've worked out some of their issues in regards to that as well on episodes. So yeah, like you said, there's a lot going on, and so much that we don't even know. Like when he first got transported, that's where that demon girl came in. Like you saw her walking along in the desert and saying something. I didn't remember what she said specifically, but she was walking along. It seemed like she was talking to herself, but maybe there was another being that was, I don't know. But she apparently comes back in the second part, so I'm like, all right, what's her case? What's her deal?
And speaking of her, it's like I just skimmed through the trailer and I saw her and I see how different she is as a character compared to all the other characters. How like wild and crazy she is. Look, is acting in like extreme expressions and stuff like that. And then as we were talking, I kind of glanced at the picture again, and I'm like, she's on top of the building.
Yep.
Just like, I'm like, oh my God.
Well, and I can't tell if she's going to be someone that we need to worry about, or if because of her character design, she's going to be kind of a, oh, you're adorable, you're trying to do evil things, yeah, you're cute, go away, you know, something like that. But it's like
I can't wait. Oh, watch it now.
She has people with her because there's a dwarf, an elf. Yeah, so much about this. I'm just like, I was so disappointed it ended at 11 episodes, but now I'm so totally hyped. And like I said, I'm already just like, God, I think it says it's going to be another 12 episodes on this. When you click on
Yes.
12 episodes, I'm like, oh my God, have another season already coming. Come on, please. I'll
like,
put
no,
something together.
We'll be back in 2022. Give us some time. I'm like, okay, fine. If you need that much time to make it look as good as it does, then sure.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh God, there's just so much act going on here, and I'm just like,
yeah, we can go on for hours and hours.
We could.
I think we did for the first season.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I think this is the one that we had only a few things to talk about at the end of the season, and this one probably took up like an hour or two at least on its own.
Yeah.
Because guys, it's so good. Even the fact that it had bullying in it, it was done the correct way because it showed the trauma that something like that causes.
Yeah.
It showed it in a realistic sense, and it showed what it caused and how it changed his life previous to him coming to this world. And I think that is something that needs to be expressed more, to show people that, to let people know, look, you may think it's a little thing, but to a lot of people it's not. And it needs to have more weight to it. So yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna go on for that if I don't stop. So I'm gonna stop there on that.
So yeah. Jobless Reincarnation. Go check out season 1. It is one of the best isekais out there. One of the best fantasy shows out there. One of the best shows out there. It is absolutely amazing. Right. The next show we're gonna be talking about is Mood Take King, the Dancing Hero. So.
Yeah, about this one. I didn't even have to look at this one to be like, nope.
This show is not aimed at me, but I have to bring it up.
Is this another TATO? Yeah. Wait, that's the one who did it?
Mm-hmm.
No. Sorry, I was looking at one of the studios that did this, and
so yeah, two shows that worked on it.
Floored by
Isekai, the show you just watched earlier.
Which that's way different than what I'm seeing right here.
Yeah.
Now, the other one, that production company, I would definitely equate to what I'm seeing here.
Tatsunoko Productions. Yeah, that fits more. A lot of pink, a lot of bright colors. Wait, Star Smash? Oh, it's a music video. Okay. Oh, that looks like Kingdom Hearts. Ninja Box.
Yeah, like that makes more sense from what I was seeing. Not the other production company. I don't know why they need the other production company, but
oh yeah. I don't feel like the show's aimed towards me.
Definitely aimed towards me.
Yeah. It's a dancing kids show where the hero dances the villains away, I guess. It's a super shiny city that probably melts everything. Did you ever hear that one story? Like
Star-Lord would definitely approve of this show.
Did you ever see that one? There's like this one news story where like they built this high rise and like there's this one parking spot that you shouldn't park in because it'll melt your car. Because when the sun hits the fully glass building in a certain way, it like builds up this like heat like beam and like any car that parks in that spot gets melted.
No. Really?
Yeah, like well, it's not like it's gonna be a puddle by the time.
No, I wasn't talking about that.
What happened?
This is the same studio who did Neon Genesis Evangelion.
They may have done parts, but it's like Gainax's Evangelion.
Is both. Studio Gainax and Tatsunoko Production.
Hey, maybe that'll be something cool.
That's production.
But
Go ahead, keep on.
yeah. So the hero probably. Oh, so what I'm thinking happened is the hero probably failed, and then everybody gets together to like make the hero happy again with the power of dancing or hope or love or whatever they come up with this show. And then the one thing that made me laugh is at the end of the trailer, there's these two guys and they're talking about coffee, and one's like blah blah blah, like cappuccino, and the other person's like yeah, cafe. And then the waitress walks over and she's like and cream soda, and puts down this super bright pink drink, and it walks off. Mm-hmm. And then the two guys like glance over at the soda. They're like, and then the trailer ends. And I imagine one of them's like, "Did you order that?" And he's like, "No."
So this is interesting. Eno revealed that at the time of production, there were only 3 employees working continuously on the series at Gainax. Therefore, the majority of the production work of the series was actually made at Tatsunoko Productions.
Huh.
I did not know that. So Tatsunoko can actually really take the majority of the credit for that.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe this show will have a crazy dark, like.
I seriously doubt that.
Super dark turn with religious.
Because looking at the rest of that, like, there is not a whole lot that Tatsunoko has done beyond that. Like, I'm like, what? Did y'all just have like a phase? Was that like your? Okay, they did Psychopaths too.
Okay.
I'll give them that. But like, going further back on that, I'm like, no, nothing, no, nope. Maybe See Money of Soul, that had a little bit of a darker turn to it. And Kashern.
For some reason, I can't get into that show.
Oh, Cuss.
Ooh.
That I didn't expect. You remember that?
Yes. I think there was a 3-part something that I tried to watch.
There's 6 OVAs total.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like it's like they go through a phase every now and then. They're like, hey, we're gonna do something pretty serious here.
We're gonna do something that I want to do.
Yeah. But then for the next 5 years, all cutesy shit.
The next 5 years, we're gonna get some profits in, and make
then
some money.
We're gonna do something pretty.
Then we're gonna do something. I got a list of like 10 things I want to do.
Because that's what it seems like. It's like every 5 years or so, they're like, all right, let's blow the budget on some pretty serious shit here, and then we'll go back to doing like kiddie shows or like Pop Idol-y type shows. So this is their Pop Idol-y show for this year. They have the rest of this year. Like what? This is okay. So they had one sort of serious one, Drawn the Princess of Snow and Blood, this year.
Oh.
The other 3 shows this year are so pink and glittery and brightly colored, it's making my stomach turn. And in 2022, that's just all pink. There's a little bit of yellow and a smidgen of blue, but it's almost all pink. There are two girls on that, both pink-haired, wearing pink outfits with pink shoes on a pink background with a pink door in the background and pink lettering on the title. That is so much pink.
Yeah, that's part of their Preach-On series.
Pre-Pada. Idleland, Pre-Pada. Pretty princess. Oh yeah. That is the definition of pretty Pop-Tart princess that I've ever. Yeah. Anyways.
So, synopsis for this one is: Moo-Tech King is set in the free and cheerful coastal town of Neo, San Francisco. The kind-hearted boy Muteki moves to Neo, San Francisco to meet DJ, who's probably a DJ, who claims to be a DJ. Yes, he finds himself
Oh my god!
thrust into the role of the dancing hero Mute King. To save the town from monsters who suddenly appear, Mute King and DJ fight with song and dance. But little do they know that behind these strange events, true danger to humanity is approaching.
Oh my god.
This reminds me of that show where aliens come and take people's passion away.
Oh, he's a DJ named DJ. God damn. Could you have at least made it to where it's like DEEJAY?
What?
Like maybe his first name is D and his last name is J, instead of being like
Or
DJ wants to be a DJ.
What's the Japanese name that starts with a D?
Oh god.
I can't think of names that start with D and J, but his initials could be DJ.
See?
Yeah, call me DJ. DJ. Scratching things.
You're so wrong. At least make an alliteration or something. I don't know, but don't just be like, that is about as blunt can be. This is so a kiddie show. I don't even know where to begin.
What is the name of that one guy in My Hero that is like music themed?
Something Mike.
Yeah. It could have been like not so on the nose.
Exactly. That hurts my writer soul to a T. I mean, that is so far just wrong. I don't.
So
More.
the reason why I picked this show is because it looks so off the wall and not for me that I have to see. I'm like, oh, so you're just gonna make something that's not completely not for me? I'm gonna watch it anyway.
Please no. Save yourself. Don't take one for the team here. It's not worth it. Don't pickle this one, man. It ain't worth it, man. All right, UA staff. No, you're annoying. Present Mike.
Okay.
I didn't know. Oh, he's the English teacher. That's funny.
So yeah, that's the hero that dances the villain's way.
Oh my god. That hurts in so many levels.
Right. The next show we're gonna be talking about is My Love Alternative. Move Love Alternative. This is the show that I watched the first season of.
Really?
Yeah, because this show's popped up probably 3 times. I'm trying to see when the first one was Move Love Alternative Total Eclipse, and it came out in 2012. So it predates the show, but this was in my like Anime Fridays phase where back when I was working in retail and I was
That
watching.
looks so bad. Why?
Hmm?
Sorry, that CG.
Oh, the monsters they're fighting.
That CG threw me off guard.
Oh yeah, because that's the CG that was back in 2012, and then just like, well, we can't make the monsters look different, so we just gotta redo them the same way.
No, improve. There's a reason why we're not in 2012 anymore. That sucked.
But it's the same monsters. You can't make them look completely different. When I was watching the trailer, I was looking at it. I was like, they look familiar. I was like, what? Yeah. They kind of
even the mechs look bad. Come on.
Yeah, most of the trailer, I was like, these monsters look familiar. And then the style of them looks like what some of the God Eater monsters came from, because this show kind of predates God Eater, or at least I think it predates when we watched God Eater, or at least I did.
Even Galleon looks better on these mechs than these mechs do. Jesus Christ! And this came out. That came out what? I think it was 95. So this is 2012. That's 17 years. 17 years. You know what? And even the mechs on if you want to be more accurate to the scale of them, the ones on Full Metal Panic.
Mm-hmm.
The ones on Full Metal Panic look better than those mechs there, dude. God.
So yeah, this is
I'm picky on my mechs. I don't mind watching mech shows, but the mechs have to look cool. Gundam was borderline. Evangelion, awesome looking. Full Metal Panic, great looking. I've yet to find another mech show that I think actually the mechs actually look cool.
Mm-hmm.
And realistic too, to a certain extent. Obviously, it can't be too realistic, but
yeah.
Oh no, there was another show. What was that isekai one where it was mechs in another? There's an isekai one where he goes to another world and
I remember, and he basically makes the technology to make mechs, or were mechs already there?
Mechs were there, but he improved them.
Okay.
Based upon the fact that he was a Gundam freak.
Yeah. I remember
so he was like, "What do you do? Why do you guys make because they always made him humanoid?" And he was like, "What if you didn't make him humanoid?" And they're like, "Why would you not make him humanoid?" I'm like, "Well, because you could do this and this and this and this and this." And he just totally confused the shit out of him until everyone thought it was crazy until he did it, and they're like, "Oh, that's way more powerful." So, anyways.
Yeah, so the other show that I think the first show that I had brought up that I couldn't really tie to Mood Love Alternative because it doesn't have Mood Love in the title was Schwarzenmarken, and that's a spin-off of Mood Love Alternative.
Mm.
So the first show that I brought up on the show is this one because it reminded me of the original Mood Love Alternative, and then now they're coming out with this new one, and it's just the IP that I like watching tiny bits of. And I was like, I remember her. I remember him. I was like, wait a minute, I've seen this before. So, yeah, the studio that has done this is 3 studios. Geez.
You know what? Considering what it looks like, that's overkill. That is overkill.
So, first one is Graphinica, which has done nothing really that we've talked. They did SSS Greyman, which I'm like, that's where they did Citrus, or at least they worked on Citrus. They worked on Juni Tyson. Everybody clap your hands.
Oh, good Lord.
Yeah, they did a lot of fighting shows. So, Hellsing Ultimate.
Everyone gets one. Everyone gets one.
The other show, the other studio that worked on it is You Met the Company, and they worked on some Digimon and a lot of stuff that we haven't talked about. Yeah, a lot of stuff with people with like a lot of hair. What is Haru Kanaru Toki no Nakade? And a lot of iterations of that. And the last one is a flagship line, and this is the first thing that they worked on. So
I am so sorry for them because holy hell.
So the story for this one is a story of the bonds between those who fight in a world pushed to the limits. One of the countless parallel worlds that exist throughout space-time, humanity has fought a decades-long war against the Beta, hostile extraterrestrial invaders, using humanoid fighting machines called tactical surface fighters. This is a story how humanity lives and dies while on the brink of extinction. How come the Beta monsters are not an acronym? Like, Beta is like an unfinished version. Like after Alpha is Beta, and then Or if you're gonna use Beta, it should be like the brown extraterrestrial aliens or something like that. Something that's like an acronym. And in the tactical surface fighters, that's just describing what kind of vehicle it is.
I love how you're the one wanting to watch this, and yet you're picking it apart as you're trying to go and be like, yeah, no, that's great. I'm gonna watch it.
Yeah, it's like I'm pretty sure I watched the whole show the first time, and that was what 10 years ago. So I don't remember what anything's called. And now I'm looking at it a decade older, and I'm like, why do y'all name stuff silly? And it's like, maybe when I get back into the show, I'm like, hey, girl, where you been? And I'll just completely forget that they call stuff dumb. But, yeah, it's an IP that I'm like, I believe I watched the whole first season. Schwarzenbarken, I didn't. I watched the first episode and then moved on. But it wasn't these people. It wasn't the main people. I don't think these are the main people either, but they look closer. So we shall see. I'll probably just watch one episode. But but I remember Love Alternative. Like, that title holds a place in my heart. I don't know how big of a place, but I have a lot of like nostalgia feelings, even though I don't remember what the first series is about. I was just like, I spent a lot of time with this series, and it's back, and maybe I'll like this one too. But yeah. The next show we're gonna be talking about is...
Can we take a quick break?
Yes.
I think we're halfway through now.
Yep. I was gonna go 2 more, but yeah, we can go pause. Yeah.
Oh, God, no. I don't think I could do 2 more.
All right. We'll take a short break, and we'll be back. All right, and we're back. And we added another show to the list, probably. So we will never leave.
Apparently. It's bad.
All right. The next show we're going to be talking about is Osama Ranking.
Why?
So, why did I add this show to my list? Where is it on my? There it is.
This is all you, my man.
Yes. My notes say, I am mad.
You're mad about a lot of them.
Yes. This trailer uses so many scenes from the main character's point of view that and because he's a kid, it seems like every single adult in this show is a jerk and they're literally talking down to you because he's short.
I'm just seeing a lot of crop shots. That's all I see.
Yeah, like it's I get it sometimes when you're like from a kid's point of view and like all the adults are tall, but all the adults seem like jerks and they're like literally looking down on you. And I'm like, I don't want to be in this position. I'm like, I'm tall, so I usually look over everybody's head. But in this show, everybody else is tall and they're just looking down their nose to me. And I'm like, this is bad.
I'm just waiting for the teabagging essentially that's gonna
happen. My other question is, why do so many people have crowns? And the synopsis may answer that question. So, Osama Ranking. Or, I guess, King's Ranking. Oh, I scrolled past the show.
As you should have to begin with, let's be honest.
Yeah, King Ranking. So, the story centers around Boji, a deaf and powerless prince who cannot even wield a children's sword. As the firstborn son, he strives hard and dreams of becoming the world's greatest king. However, people mutter about him behind his back. A good for nothing prince, and no way he can be king. Yep. Everybody's jerks. Cool. Boji is able to make his first ever friend, Kage, Shadow, a literal shadow on the ground who somehow understands Boji well. Kage is a survivor of the Kage assassin clan that was all but wiped out. No longer a killer, Kage now makes ends meet by stealing. The story follows Boji's coming of age as he meets various people in his life, starting his fateful encounter with Kage. Still doesn't explain. Oh, there's read more. Nope. Still doesn't explain why so many people have crowns. I'm like, is he going around to a bunch of different kingdoms, or a bunch of different kingdoms visiting him? Like,
I'm just amazed that this is done by Wit Studio. Let me just say that the way it looks and the way it is. I am
giant woman. What is that?
Grimm's Fairy Tales.
Okay.
If you click on it, it says based on Grimm's Brothers Fairy Tales.
Okay. So, which studio is this?
They're the Attack on Titan people.
Yes, the Attack on Titan people.
So that's why I'm like looking at this going, Wit, what are you doing?
We're like, Attack on Titan's done. We can do whatever we want now. I'm like, no.
They're like, we got extra money banked, man. I mean, we can throw out anything and y'all watch it.
Yeah, it's like while we were doing Attack on Titan, we did Titans on Trains. We did Titans in School. Now we're doing King Ranking. Whatever this is going to turn out to be. Yeah, I wonder, because it seems like from what I'm seeing in the trailer and from what I'm seeing in the synopsis, it looks like even though everybody treats him badly, thinks badly of him, and looks down upon him, it doesn't look like that gets to him, and he just kind of does his own thing. I'm curious how the shadow's going to help him like accomplish his goals, and I really, really want to find out why everybody has a crown. So straight up, mostly curiosity.
That is some morbid curiosity, my man, and bravo, maybe? I don't know. Because I don't think I could force myself to. I don't think you could pay me enough for that one.
Yeah.
That one looks... I'm like, wait, what the hell are you doing? You have a shadow creature that has the mandibles of a beetle and 2 eyes. A king or prince who is... Why?
And like, look at some of the other characters too. It's like looking at them, everybody just looks pissed.
Yeah.
like what is wrong with y'all?
My guess is the hireling is the queen, since he is the prince. Boji is the prince. Diada might actually be his brother.
And he's like the brother that doesn't get the crown. Like he's like second in line.
Yeah, maybe.
So he's like jealous.
Probably. I would imagine.
Dormus is like the king's brother. And he's like, why did my brother become king? So
yeah, probably.
And Alphys is like, I'm just gonna be mad too.
Yeah. It's like everyone else is mad. I want to fit in too, so I'll be mad too.
Yeah, I need to find out why everybody's mad, and then I also I need to find out why everybody has a crown.
I will go with stick up their butts. See, I don't even need to watch it now. I just think stick up their butts. That's why they're mad. And the reason why they have crowns, again, he's a prince, Diet is a prince, and Hyling is the queen. I don't know where the king's at. Unless they're going to say for some reason that Diet is the king. Which, that's weird.
Well, maybe the king is no longer around. That's why Boji's like to step in and everybody's upset. Maybe Alphys and Dormus are like plotted against the king, and instead of Dida getting the crown like they wanted, Boji got
it. His first ever. Yeah, honestly, I think we've probably solved it. King's dead. Boji's the next in line. Hyling's the queen, his mother. Dida's the second in line, being younger. Dormus is probably an uncle or some relative. Alphys might be, I don't know, guard.
If Hyling's the queen, maybe she's like the second mom. She's not Boji's mom.
Maybe. That's possible too.
Oh.
Solved it. Don't even have to watch it.
Oh yeah. So so ranking. I'm just very curious like why everybody has a crown, and we shall see.
My curiosity has already been satiated.
All right, the next show we're going to be talking about is Platinum End.
So, I had this one on mine.
Yes.
Watch trailer, and I'm the mech suits are a little rough. They're a little rough. Let me just say that. But I am super curious about all the rest of this.
Yes, I'm curious because the trailer was kind of a rush. It's like first he wants to end everything, then he gets saved by an angel that they introduce with her butt, and I'm like, okay, nice to meet you. Then he can fly all of a sudden. Then he has powers, and now he has to fight to the death. And I'm like,
Okay.
wait a minute.
So let me fill in the gaps for you on that there. So
yeah.
the synopsis for this one is: as his classmates celebrate their middle school graduation, troubled Muriel is murked in darkness, but his battle is just beginning when he receives some salvation from above in the form of an angel. Now Muriel is pitted against 12 other chosen humans in a battle in which the winner becomes the next god of the world. Muriel has an angel in his corner, but he may need to become a devil to survive.
They don't look like they're in middle school.
They don't.
They look
He's
like
graduating middle school, apparently going into...
straight into college.
College, I guess. Or maybe we're not thinking correctly in the forms of middle school for Japan?
Okay, yeah, I think some countries like it goes like 1st through 8th or something like that. Or...
Yeah, I don't know. That's a question for someone with a little bit more knowledge in regards to that. But this studio has done this anime is Signal.md,
which we've seen before.
Okay.
Let's see. They did Mars Red, which I talked about.
I am okay. Furikuri.
Okay. Yeah.
And Netjo no Susume.
Yeah.
So there's a few little ones here and there, but not a whole lot going on here. But I will have to say, taking the approach of a god and being like, you're gonna become the next god, that's highly interesting to me. That's someone who is taking a risk, because I think when you involve any sort of religious aspect into media of any kind, you're kind of rolling the dice a little bit, I think.
Yeah. There's shows that have done like religious overtones. I would say like Evangelion, because a lot of the
But
terms
see, those
they have
are
in there.
indirect.
Yes. Well, okay, that's that. I would say because it's indirect.
Mm-hmm. This one seems to be a little bit more upfront about it.
Yeah, I would say this one's kind of like Holy Grail War, but like a different, more religious kind of spin on it.
But I mean, taking the aspect of that, and then I don't know, like the celestial beings, the angels, all of this seems very interesting to me in regards to exactly what is going to be the end game, I guess, in regards to this. Because I don't know which direction it's going to take. I mean, the tags for this one are gods, battle royale, survival, urban fantasy, urban suicide. Oh boy, shonen and male protagonist.
So I was gonna say battle royale. Like, yeah, this basically has the formula of a battle royale show. Typically with those shows, you don't really see what happens at the end. The show is mostly just getting to the end and surviving. Mm-hmm. So as far as like what the whole meaning behind everything is, it may not get to, but as far as getting there, it's like there's gonna be some close calls and some tragic things happening. But
genres we have here is drama, mystery, psychological, romance, and supernatural.
Yeah.
This is gonna be like I don't know. It feels like it's gonna be it's going to have a definite serious undertone. Mm-hmm. Is what I feel like, and I'm kind of curious about that. Someone who's taking a rather serious topic, a really serious thing for this, and rolling with it, and again taking the religious side of it and spinning it on its heels, as it were. Like I usually try to give props and hats off to stuff like that because you're taking a risk. You're taking a risk, and I think people should be rewarded for taking risks in regards to telling the story that they want to tell, even if it's going against other things, I guess would be the way I would say. So that is, in the sense, that's where my curiosity comes from. Now the Mexican, that's a little rough for me on that regards. There are certain angles and certain things that it looks like they try to do 2D on that, and then the rest of it's just all CGI. Even some of the characters, every now and then, look a little CGI-ish, and I'm not sure if they're doing that just because they're wanting to try to blend as much as they can. But it's definitely interesting.
Yeah. So, just from the trailer, I was like intrigued. I'm like, okay, cool, another battle royale show. It's like a interesting twist on it. And normally, one thing that I usually catch it in the show and not in the trailer. Would y'all stop introducing female characters with their chest or their butt? Like, please? Because once you notice that it like stands out, and I'm like, please stop it.
What's that one anime you watched about balls and butts and boobs? I'm pretty sure they introduced themselves pretty much straight up. That sport one, you know what I'm talking about.
Oh, well, you know.
Sport one.
Well, yeah, like you know. You know what you're getting into once you see the trailer. It's like there's a butt flying at the screen. It's the first thing you see. You're like, oh, okay, cool. But I'm like, this show's not about butts. So, like, could have been cool if I saw some wings first. But like, oh, it's an angel. Instead of like, oh, it's a butt. Like, yeah.
I'm trying to see. So you said that was in the trailer, right?
Yeah.
Where in the trailer are you seeing this?
Right where you first meet the angel.
I've already seen him meet the angel. I haven't seen a butt. Are you talking about when they fly off?
I just remember, I'm like,
I don't know, DK. I think you might have a fixation on something because I'm not seeing it.
This might be a different trailer. Huh.
Sure. Blame the trailer, sure.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it either. Maybe. I don't know.
Okay, here's a different trailer from Crunchyroll's correction. See here. Where are we at here? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing all these characters. It's been a week ago since I've seen it. Yeah. I don't remember seeing all of these angels.
Oh, okay. Now I see where the suicide part was coming. Okay. Hey. Okay. I get it, but here's the thing. You saw the wings first. I saw the wings first. Then I saw the butt.
Okay. I'll see my point if they showed the wings first.
Yep. See.
But a lot of other characters that, like they'll be in school and like you got to go to the principal's office, and then all of a sudden you see a suit with a chest, and you're like, oh, that must be the female principal then. And she's like, I'm your principal. What happened?
Oh wait, you're frozen. Oh, okay. I sent you a message on the Skype call. Just go to 14 seconds.
Oh, the settings are still open. Because my computer broke, like how do I pull up chat on this one? No.
Wait, is it you got Discord? Again.
Yeah, that would be okay. Fine. Yeah, I don't know.
There you go. Discord. I'm just saying. I went through trouble.
No, get up.
14 seconds. 14 seconds. Like, I'm not trying to be a dick about it or anything. I'm just saying.
No,
like, you see the wings and then the butt.
You're right. But you see the wings and then you see something else before you see who it is.
But you said I'd at least like to see the wings first before I see the butt.
True.
The wings came first, then the butt.
True. In this example, you're absolutely right. A lot of other examples. But yeah. So yeah, another Battle Royale show. I hope it's as interesting as everybody clap your hands with. Because
I hope it's more interesting. If I'm being just perfectly honest about that.
Yeah, Junie Taisen. Hopefully it is at least conversation provoking is that one because
okay, yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, like that was one of those shows that like broke out into its own little conversation. So
yeah,
I hope
agree.
that it's as good, if not better than that one. Because there's been like other Battle Royale shows that we've brought up and like we just say, oh, this is a new Battle Royale show. And then we don't talk about it anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So we shall see. All right. The next show we're going to be talking about is Puraore, Pride of Orange.
Totally on you on this one. I looked at the front page or the picture of that one and went, nope.
Okay. Oh, yeah, this one. My notes say, cute girls playing hockey. That is all.
Yep.
Awesome.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So,
I don't know what it has to do with Pride of Orange, but
I think their mascot might be orange. But
yeah,
totally.
Sports.
Yeah, sports anime. This show is done by C2C, and they have done The Traveling Witch. I think that's the name of the show. That one with the witch that has the really big hat.
Yeah, that one is the Majo no Tabita.
Yeah, the Wandering Witch. Yeah.
I meant to get back to that one.
I can't remember how far I got into that one. I feel like I don't know. Then did you ever watch the Chacho Battle? I watched the first episode of that one, I think. That's all we got.
The only one in this whole thing that I've watched other than Majo is the Tsuki, the one done this year. That's it.
Okay. Then How to Kind of Receive, another sports anime. So I'm like, hey, they are on track. But yeah, they haven't done a lot. Especially we haven't talked about a lot of things. But yeah, they've done another sports girls anime.
So I see at the beginning it was cute girls doing cute things. A little fantasy element added in there. Then when they went to sports, then more cute girls doing cute things. A little more fantasy elements, and now we're back to cute girls doing cute things and fantasy elements. That seems to be their MO.
Yep. The synopsis says, a TV anime that is part of the Puraore Pride of Orange mixed media project, which is about women's ice hockey. So, We shall see if this is more cute girlsy or more hockey.
Maybe a little mixture of the two. Maybe.
Yeah. Yep, I am on board for that. Next show we're gonna be talking about is Saihate no Paladin, or the Faraway Paladin.
So this one, I really have some high hopes for. It looks really interesting. The problem so far, so this is done by Children's Playground Entertainment, who has done very little, very little. They did 2 animes last year, and they're doing 2 animes this year. So not a whole lot to go off on that.
Hatena Illusion. I watched that one, the first episode.
So synopsis for this one is: in the ruined city of the dead, far from human civilization, lives a single human child named Will. He is raised by 3 undead: Blood, the heroic skeleton warrior; Mary, the ladylike mummy priestess; and Gus, the crotchety ghost wizard. The 3 of them teach the boy what they know and pour their love into him. One day, the boy begins to wonder, who am I? Will uncovers the mysteries of the undead hidden in the faraway land. He learns of the love and mercy of good gods, as well as the paranoia and madness of evil gods. And once he learns it all, the boy embarks on the path to become a paladin. So this looks really interesting as far as premises go, and yeah. So it's not an isekai per se, it seems, unless the doesn't say him about being reborn.
Yeah, it looks like a pure fantasy.
Yeah, which is interesting because one of the tags for this does say isekai though.
Okay.
Which is weird. But yeah, I'm curious. I'm curious if this is going to end up being something similar to oh god, what is that one anime? The boy who comes from a faraway city, or the end of Dungeon City or something like that.
The Dungeons and the Boonies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it seems like, I don't know, maybe not so much, because I'm thinking with the people that he has as allies and people who have been training him, he's probably going to be pretty powerful. But looking at the trailer itself and such, it looks like he does struggle in certain situations.
Mm.
But I mean, character design looks pretty decent. Animation's not bad. And it's an interesting premise, having 3 undead monsters essentially end up raising this kid and training him in the ways of swordplay, magic, and yeah. I'm just like, this is interesting.
Yeah, one of the thoughts that I had about the show, because I had watched the trailer and I'm like, just from the trailer, I don't really have a lot, but just to add to what you have, and now that I know more about the synopsis, if this was like any type of like comedic show, having him raised by like those wildly different types of people, like I feel like he would grow up with weird habits.
Mm-hmm.
And now knowing,
functionally, as far as that goes, I'm pretty sure there's going to be some awkwardness in regards to that, especially if he goes to actual civilizations where people are at.
Yeah, and I feel like now that I look at it and see, I feel like just if you were just to say that first line where he was raised by 3 undead types of creatures, I'm like, oh, he's gonna come out with like kind of like a wolf boy, where it's like he was raised by wolves and now he doesn't know how to act like a regular human. Mm-hmm. Like these 3, they seem like it's interesting. It's like they are probably misunderstood as like just creatures right off the bat. Like there's probably like, for one, they probably fought with humans, so they've always known humans to be the enemies, but then they see a baby and they're like, well, even though I do hate those humans that keep fighting against or keep attacking, I'm like, this baby has nothing to do with it, so I'm going to raise them to the best of my ability.
Mhm.
And for all three of them to kind of team up like that, it's a weird side where it's like, normally the humans are like, we're humans, they're monsters, kill the monsters. And now we're looking at it from their side where they may have had the same thought too. We're monsters, they're humans, they keep attacking us, let's kill them. And now they're like, we have this child and they have nothing to do with whatever war is going on. So let's do our best to like take care of it.
I will say, looking at the genres for this, it definitely seems like there's going to be more to it because the first three seem pretty typical: action, adventure, fantasy, but the last two, mystery and psychological.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, oh, that leads me to believe there's going to be something more to this. So
yeah, just that one little aspect makes me like really interested in checking it out. So I'm curious, like, how he came there. Why are all three of them teaming up?
yeah, what drew them together? Why are they deciding to raise the kid instead of trying to maybe, I don't know, take the kid to a nearby city or a village and try to see if someone else can take care of him?
Yeah, or just ignoring it and like staying in the shadows because it doesn't look like they're having any like battles or trouble in it. Like the war's kind of over and they're just like, we just want to keep to ourselves. Kind of thing.
Yeah, no, I mean, I am really interested to see. I have cautiously high expectations for this. I think there's a lot to this, and I think this is going to be really good. I'm trying not to put too much expectations into this. What is the thing that came? What is the source material? Oh, it's a light novel. Okay, yeah. I think storyline wise, this could be really good. I mean, it came from a light novel. It has a manga adaptation to it. Oh, good lord! Are you on the page for it?
Yeah, I just see the two sources or relations.
Yeah, look at that picture for the
source.
The source. That looks pretty wicked.
Huh.
Oh, he has horns. Oh, I am intrigued. I am intrigued. Let's see if it says anything different on the actual synopsis there. So, in a city of the dead, long since ruined from far from human civilization. Okay, well that explains why they didn't go to human civilization. Lives a single human child. His name is Will, and he's being raised by three undead. The hardy skeleton warrior Blood, the graceful mummied priestess. Oh, she's a priestess. They didn't say that in the other one, I don't think. Mary.
Yeah,
oh, they did? And the crotchety spectral sorcerer Gus. The three pour love into the boy and teach him all they know, but one day Will starts to wonder, who am I? Will must unravel the mysteries of this faraway dead man's land and unearth the secret past of the undead. He must learn the love and mercy of the good gods and the bigotry and madness of the bad. And when he knows it all, the boy will take his first step on the path of becoming a paladin.
It's almost identical, except they all use different words.
Interesting.
It's like some phrases are a bit more detailed, and some phrases are
so there's a quote here saying, "I promised you it's going to take a while, but I'll tell you everything. This is the story of the deaths of many heroes. It's the story of how we died, and it's the reason you grew up here." So they were heroes to begin with.
Okay. Yeah, for some reason, as soon as it said undead, I just assumed that they were like, what do you call that? Like, that's like the opposite of friendly. Like,
I mean, that is still highly interesting. I am totally on board with trying to see what the hell that's all about. So, yeah.
Cool. We shall see how this plays out.
Oh, I see. I rearranged them wrong. That's why that other one I thought was on the list it is on the list.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. It's just
Ah.
I arranged it wrong.
Okay.
Oops. I don't know my ABCs. I'm sorry. I don't know my ABCs.
All right. The next show we're going to be talking about is Sakugan.
Just looking at this so reminded me of oh god, what is that one anime with the kid with the drill? A really popular one. I can't remember off the top of my head. I'm sure if I looked up the anime. If I spell right. If I spell right.
Okay.
Gurren Lagann. There we go.
Oh, good. Yeah. Okay.
And I really didn't care much for Gurren Lagann.
Okay. Yeah, I can see that. Let's see.
Well, glad I did, because oh my god. I'm looking at the trailer now. Go ahead.
Yeah, so the reason why I picked this is I think it's a nice mix of genres. Fantasy world with mechs, groups of guns with battles. This looks like an intense and fun. So yeah, this show is done by Satellite. They have done that one show. Did you ever finish?
No, I didn't finish that one. I know exactly which one you're talking about because it's the first one that pops up and the only one they did in 2020.
Yeah, Somali and the Forest Spirit. The first episode of that one was great.
Yeah, I agree. That is one I meant to finish.
They did Sinful Gear, Early Air Force, Caligula, which I started.
There's
Ramens. Yeah, they've done quite.
It isn't until you get down to the 2014 that I can even find any one of them that I've actually finished. 2014, 2013. Yeah, like once you get past, I haven't really finished anything from them.
Huh. It seems like, for me, this studio does a lot of stuff outside of the genres that I actually finish shows for.
I used to finish a lot of their shows early on, but as of late, not a lot.
Yeah, it's like I'm always in. Oh, they didn't move. They did the original movement.
Yeah. Huh. As of late, not a whole lot of stuff in them.
Yeah, it's weird. I need to figure out why. But yeah, the synopsis for Sakugan. The distant future, long after the Western calendar is no longer used, humans live shoulder to shoulder, cramped in the labyrinth, an underground world deep below the surface. There are many colonies where people live in the underground labyrinth. Why did I repeat this phrase? The place is known for high extreme temperatures, but also for lodges of gold, silver, and other riches. In one of the colonies, Pinyin, a curious 9-year-old girl named and one of the colonies named Pinyin, a curious 9-year-old girl named Memen and her father, Gagan Ba. What's up with these names? Born a two-person work robot and mine for ore. They eke out a living as the lowest of the lowest workers' occupations. One day, Meminpu begs her father, stop it! Begs her father to set out as workers. Those two chart the innards of the labyrinth as a spelunker to search for her mother who left home. If they encounter a mysterious giant creature lurking in the caves, their survival rate is less than 5%. Since discovering an unknown world is dangerous work, maps hold great value in the world of the labyrinth and fetch high prices in the market. A marker is the a marketer is the most dangerous, but also the most lucrative job. Gaga by her father decides he can't hold back the ever curious Memenpu from going off on her own countless times and finally gives in. The two embark on a journey together in the work robot. However, the cost of curiosity, the truth they finally uncovered. This is a father and daughter epic journey with the theme of family love.
With horrible names.
That's what the journey. Just looks fun. Yeah, the names.
The names could use a little work.
It's like, yep, you're definitely father and daughter.
So this anime was delayed from 2021 from its original slated 2020 broadcast.
It makes sense. This season is like chock full of shows.
Mm-hmm. That it is.
All right. Yeah. Yeah. Just look at the trailer. The show looks like fun. So I am on board.
I wish I could say more about it, but to me, I just saw the fact that it's got like I don't know, drilling, and I don't know. I immediately thought of Gurren Lagann, and I'm just like, no.
Yeah.
I'm not.
I can see that. I think a lot of the beginning of Gurren Lagann starts underground. So that makes sense.
Yeah.
All right. The next show we're going to be talking about is.
But the CGI is horrible.
The next show we're going to be talking about is Sankaku Modo no Sotogawa wa Yoru, or The Night Beyond the Tri-Cornered Window.
So, this one is done by Zero G, which I don't recognize that name at all. What the hell?
I can't find one Ralph that I'm like, oh yeah, I watched that. Doreku, I didn't like the characters.
Did you ever watch Dive?
I thought it was gonna be good, like free, and it wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
Battery. I also like back in the past. I've liked baseball dramas and shows, but that one.
So no.
Wait a minute. They did 3 shows in the 90s, and then almost like 20 years later, they started back up.
Yeah. The only show I can honestly say from them I've even seen, or at least part of, is the My Roommate is a Cat.
Ah, yeah, that one. I remember seeing it.
That one I say I can see. The other ones I have no clue at all. But let's go back to this. So, the synopsis for this is: bookstore employee Mikoto always had a tendency to see creepy things. Here we go again, creepy things. He had lived his life pretending he didn't see these things, but when he has a fateful encounter with an exorcist named Hayakawa, Mikoto ends up being forced to help out with exorcism duties and has to deal with embarrassing facts that exorcising these things with Hayakawa somehow feels really good. I see where this is maybe going, but we'll see. While getting dragged into dealing with these cases every day, they run into a cold-blooded murder case. So yes, it's even one of the tags says "boys love." So yeah, there's going to be something in regards to that. But
I was curious if you knew that was one of the themes. Me in the past, there's this one show called Number 6
Yeah, I
And
remember you told me about that one.
yeah, it was back when we were working in retail, and I
Mm.
really liked the show. And I was like, yeah, it's about the people who like the haves and the have-nots. The main characters live outside the city, and they try to break into the city, bust down the system. And I'm like, all these different things are happening, and then everybody's like, yeah, that's a boy love show. And I'm like, huh? I don't see it, but okay. And I started watching it, and then like they escape from the bad guys this one time, and then they start dancing, and I'm like, oh, they were
Well,
right.
let's
Okay.
let's just say I haven't come across one that I've watched for that. So the beginning part of it had me at least somewhat curious. And if it's, you know, if it's decent enough, I mean, I'm open-minded enough to watch it.
Oh yeah, it seems to have some themes that you're interested in. So like
Yeah.
exorcisms and all that. So
Yeah. Exorcisms, seeing creepy things, and yeah. So it depends upon how much they go into that. I mean, I'm okay with to a certain extent if it's just, a lot of that, but I mean, I do
yeah.
see that it tags for it, say 60%, 66% boys love. But the genres for this say comedy, drama, mystery, slice of life, and supernatural. Not really romance. I don't really see any of
Yeah,
that.
that's yeah. I wonder if for this genre if they'll put romance in place of that, or does Boys Love take the tag for like instead of putting a tag for romance, using Boys Love as like it that is a
So
variety of romance.
their definition for that is prominently features romance between two males, not inherently sexual. I mean, I'm okay with that.
Yeah. Well, I'm more curious about the do you put Boys Love and romance, or
Oh,
is that
for
just
me
like
personally,
well, I'm saying like tagging the show. It's like, do you put boys love and romance, or is that like saying romance, romance? And you're like, why would we put romance twice?
well, but see, one's for the genre and one's for the tags for it, though. If you look at
Uh,
any list, so
okay,
that's
so
why I kind of feel like it's a different, because I feel like if it had more of that relationship situation going on there, it would have romance in the genres.
okay,
But the fact that it does have the two of them at least having feelings for each other and maybe getting close to one another, it puts boys love as a tagline for it.
okay. 'Cause I know,
So I
like,
mean,
as far as I was saying, as far as like the romance genre, like,
mm,
if it has a like romance tendencies, that's like a genre that you don't. No matter like who's in the romance, it's not really a big genre for you.
mm-hmm. No, I mean, like I said, I'm okay with it. It's going to just have to be like that last line of it where it says they were dragged into dealing with cases every day. They run into a cold-blooded murder case. If there's something like highly like just like dramatic involved with it, which it does, drama is like the second category for the genres.
Mhm.
So I'm yeah, I'm curious. I'll at least give it a shot, see what it's about, see how deep they go down that rabbit hole, and see if I can, if the storyline itself is good enough for me to try to keep up with it, and if it's actually going to be intriguing as I think it may be. So I think it has a definite possibility for it.
Yeah. For some reason, when it said murder case, like whenever I think of exorcism, I just automatically put that in like the detective category.
Mm.
So when it said murder case, I'm like, oh yeah, they come across that stuff every day. But I'm like, actually no. Exorcisms don't have to deal with aren't really dealing with murder. So
No, usually it's just like people dying, essentially.
yeah. So for them to come across that, it's a big deal. So
Oh,
that
for
looks
sure.
like it's gonna be an interesting thing to see. All right. The next show we're gonna be talking about is oh, it is on
Yep. As I
here.
said, yep. There. Yeah. See, that's what I said. It is on there.
um Sekai Psycho no Ansatsusha Isekai Kizoku ni Tensei Suru, or the world's finest assassin gets reincarnated in another world as an aristocrat. I remember this trailer.
Now, this is another one I feel like this one's going to come out sooner, but I think got delayed. Because this is when I
it was supposed to
remember.
come out like earlier in the year, but it got pushed back to now.
Yeah, I think it was supposed to come out, and I think it was supposed to come out in 2020, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. I thought you were talking about like it's gonna be like we need to start like 2 weeks early. We can't wait.
No. This one, I think this one came out sooner, or was supposed to come out sooner, but it got delayed because of the pandemic. So this one is done by Silverlink.
The Pink Show Studio.
And Studio Palette, which Studio Palette, this is their first go at it.
Man.
Silverlink, they've had some shows I've been good with, and some shows I've been okay with. So overall, I mean, not bad.
Oh, the overpowered one. You need to watch that one.
Which one?
What was it? The girl that's overpowered and like.
Oh yeah. You went from 2020 with the Itai no. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Hey. You know what? I'm almost gonna be like, hey, I'll make you a deal. You watch this one, I'll watch that one. So yeah, no, there've been some decent ones on there. There've been some big decent ones. The synopsis for this one is
90% of that pink.
The greatest assassin on Earth knew only how to live as a tool for his employers until they stopped letting him live. Reborn by the grace of a goddess into the world of swords and sorcery, he's offered a chance to do things differently this time around, but there's a catch. He has to eliminate a super powerful hero who will bring about the end of the world unless he is stopped. Now known as Luthtuathade, the master assassin certainly has his hands full, particularly because of all the beautiful girls who constantly surround him. Lu may have been an incomparable killer, but how will he fare against foes with powerful magic? So, yes, obviously there's going to be some harem situations in here, which it's actually further down the list on tags than I thought it would be.
Okay.
Reincarnation's the first one, anti-hero, which is why this kind of gives me some pause and some curiosity, I guess. Guns, LGBTQ themes, isekai, magic, assassins, male protagonist, and then female harems bottoming the list. The LGBTQ themes, that's also one of the interesting ones. I don't usually see that very often. But yeah, no, this one was intriguing because the biggest thing for me was the fact that he's an anti-hero. Like, in our world, so it's an isekai, he gets reincarnated, but he's reincarnated and he was a killer. Like, he was a bad guy in our world, essentially. Yeah, usually you have people who may have character flaws as, like, the biggest thing, but not someone who's, you know, like, straight out and out, like, he was bad. He killed people. And the fact that he's now being summoned to kill the hero of this world, because it will actually see. This is why it's interesting, because I like the idea of a bad guy doing things for a good reason. Like this is the way of putting someone who is quote unquote a bad guy, but isn't really a bad guy. You know what I mean? There was one book I read a long time ago that actually had it to where it was like the world was actually peaceful, but the world had swung too far that direction. Like, because it had swung too far that direction, everything was like, it started to decay. Like, there has to be a balance.
Yeah, like that's why utopias mostly fail, because there's no balance.
Yeah. So I like the idea that, yes, he is a bad guy, but he has to kill the hero to finally do a good thing, to actually save the world itself.
Okay.
So that, like, totally has me enthralled with. I'm like, all right, no, this is an idea that I don't see very often when it comes to almost any form of media. But when it's done and done well, it's a beautiful thing to see.
Okay.
Because it's definitely just like we said before when it comes to animes we were talking about like early on, it's a thought provoker. It's like you get that idea in your head, you're like, oh, I want to cheer for him, but you're like, wait, but he's a bad guy. He's killing, but no, he's doing, like, you have that like almost internal turmoil in regards to that. You're like, how do I react to this? Because I'm wanting to root for him because he is doing something that is going to be beneficial, but at the same time, God, he's killing. You know, it's almost like the Punisher in that regards.
Yeah, I have to see. I have to agree with what he's doing, and I'm like, it's like I get that, like, it's like
It's
people,
a complicated thing.
yeah, it's like people desire utopias, but that never works out, and I could see, like, if I knew the flaws in what they were trying to do and how he is fixing it, then I can be on board. But until I see that, I can't wrap my head around it.
Mm-hmm.
To just automatically be like, yeah, go ahead and kill the good guys. Like, really?
I mean, obviously the goddess is going to tell him the reasoning behind it and why that is the way it has to be.
Yeah.
But I'm still like highly like interested. I'm like, I mean, there's got to be a good reason. So what's the reason?
Yeah, that's exactly where I am. So, yeah, it looks it's a very interesting take that I'm like, I'm not immediately on board. So I'm like, I'm curious to see. I'm like, okay, so what are y'all doing? I'm like, okay, because I'm like, I just can't take I can't take his word for it. Like, I need to kill the good guy. I'm like, why though?
Mm-hmm.
Like, so.
But I mean, if there's a good enough reason for it, and it's actually kind of at least seen as that, I'm like, hell yeah, let's see what the bad guy can do. Because if he's a bad guy, if he's killed people, he's an assassin. He has no qualms about killing, which is what the biggest pitfall for a lot of heroes is having that innate, like, well, they don't want to kill him situation. Mm-hmm. He has no restraint in regards to that. He doesn't care.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It leads to an interesting dynamic that you don't readily see.
Yeah.
I mean, how often do we see a Punisher character, a Deadpool character? Honestly, I can't even think of any other heroes in that regards that would do something like that.
John Wick.
Oh, John Wick, yeah. But see, can you think of any more than that? It's hard. It's incredibly hard. Because they just don't exist. But when it's done and done well. I mean, look how much. Look how much John Wick, how popular he was, in regards to things that he did. Because you felt for him, you understood where he was coming from, and everything. And I'm like, and Deadpool, as quirky as a character as he is, you do understand that as crazy as he can be, he does. Whether it's hard to say whether it's on purpose or inadvertently, he does do the right thing.
Yeah, I would say one thing with John Wick is, like, you're throwing in the story post his boogeyman days.
Yeah.
So you're like, you just see what happens right now, and you're like,
well, and from the looks of it in this one, you're maybe given like a little bit right before he dies and gets reincarnated.
Yeah.
So to me, that's just their way of showing you, hey, look how skilled this guy is.
Yeah.
At what he can do. And then it's like, okay, now fast forward, now he's in the other world. I'm sure probably by the end of the first episode, he'll already be in the other world. It'll just be a matter of how much of a time gap do we need to have after that in order to get to where he's actually on the mission of what he's trying to do.
Okay. So it's like, if he was John Wick, it would be like his we'll jump in with him on his last boogeyman mission, and then everything will get turned on its head, and then the second episode will start with him like trying to figure things out.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's kind of where I see this going.
Yeah, I gotta wrap my head around it. It's like I probably won't be able to, just like with Kino's journey, where he's like, oh yeah, he just goes from place to place for 3 days, and you're like, and does what? Mm-hmm. And then you watch the show, and you're like, oh my god, this is amazing. So
yeah, see, that I feel like there is some potential here. I'm not like gonna be like, oh yeah, you definitely should watch this, but if my initial impressions are good, it might be worth it.
The next show we're going to be talking about is Selection Project.
God, I saw the picture on this one and it just immediately knew. Just immediately knew. I'm like, yep, this is DK's thing right here.
Yep. Let's see. My notes say, cute girl singing. That is all.
I mean, do you need anything else? No. That's just crazy talk.
So this show is done by guess who? TacoYaki. Yeah, I watch everything that they do. Let's see, what's they did that one fishing show from last year. They did the Dumbbells Girls one. They did the Fox one. What was the Assassin Maid one? Anime, yeah. New Game. New Game is good. Himoto, that brat. They did Token Rambu. Yeah, bunch of cutesy shows. Luck and Logic, that's one that you watch, right?
Which one?
Luck and Logic?
What year?
2016.
You're way down here.
Geikan Shoujo. I was like,
Luck and Logic. I don't think so.
Okay, maybe the title sounds like one. Maybe it was something in Magic is a show that you watched.
Knights in Magic.
Oh my god.
Knights in Magic. Huh? That was the one that we were talking about before with the
the one with he built the mix. Okay, yeah, that's okay. One show that I'm like on the fence for as far as Doga Kobo is Lovely Muko. And that is the most annoying, screamy dog that I've ever seen in any kind of show. And Ray watched like every episode. And he's just, I'm like, shut up. Yeah. So, Selection Project. The story for this show is held every summer. The National Show Selection Project is the biggest gateway for girls who strive to be idols, and the place where the legendary idol Akari Amazawa was born. Suzune Miyama is also one who has longed for such a dream stage. Having been sick since childhood, she listened to the song of the light many times in her bed in the hospital room. Akari's singing voice gave her lots of smiles and courage, inspiring Suzune to follow her in her footsteps. In her last summer of junior high school, Suzune decides to take the challenge. Decides to challenge the 7th annual selection project to make her dreams come true. The girls who challenge selection all have strong feelings that are second to none, accumulating efforts and extraordinary charm. Only 9 stars are selected from among thousands of candidates. Now, the hot and harsh audition battle of the girls begin to make their dreams come true. Yeah, cute girls singing. That is all.
Yep, that sounds about right.
Yep, and it's done by one of my favorite sisters. So that is all I need to be on board. The next show we're gonna be talking about is Senpai ga Uzai Kohai no Hanashi, or My Senpai is Annoying.
And speaking of your favorite studio, this is also done by Dokakobo.
Yay!
More Dokakobo, but this one I'm actually on board with as well. This one...
It's rare, but every couple of years they'll throw out a show that you're like, hey.
Well, it sounded funny. It sounded hilarious. So, storyline on this one is Igarashi is a hardworking young office lady. Takeda, the senpai above her at work, annoys her constantly, and yet she finds herself growing closer to him. Every day is filled with comic mishaps and romantic moments as Igarashi tries to balance work, life, and love. I mean, just looking at the picture for that, even before, I was just like, oh, this looks like a character-driven situation here.
Oh, yeah.
Something akin to working, because you got some very dynamic people here.
God, I want it.
And considering the fact that she is as tiny as she is, and the guy is like twice her size, literally.
Yeah.
I was just looking at that going, oh, this has got to be hilarious.
It's like that situation where there's a tiny teacher, except now there's like a tiny coworker.
So it's kind of in that same realm as Index.
Yes.
Where you swear she's like an elementary school teacher.
Yes.
Or like an elementary school student, essentially. That's how she is. Not teacher.
Yeah, I'm really interested in this show. It kind of reminds me of actually, what do I know to say? What was that? What's the name? Wants to play?
Oh, yeah, that one just came out recently, didn't it? That was the
Yeah, it's the trailer played out similarly to that, where it's like just the clashing of two characters.
Uzaki like, wants to hang out.
Yeah. So it's like two characters are just clashing, and then all of a sudden something happens, and then they're like clashing less, and then you can see something developing, and you're like, oh, this is gonna be interesting. Yeah, and always like workplace comedy romance shows are always great. Like working, I can't. I miss working.
Well, and I can already tell what her personality is going to be like, because one of the tags prominently featured on here is Tsundere. It is curious though too. One of the tags on there is age gap, so I'm curious as far as what their age difference actually is.
Okay. Yeah, I wonder.
How much of an age gap is age gap, quote unquote?
Because like, is she a prodigy? So where she's actually there, like at the company younger than she's like you would normally be. Part of the reason why she's so small.
It would be interesting.
Okay. Cool. All right. The next show we're gonna be talking about is actually, 1 second. I need to check. I think I heard something. I need to double check it.
Okay.
All right. All right, wait. Pause the line. I heard maybe it was a laugh or something. I don't know. All right. The next show we're going to be talking about is Shikizakura. Or probably just Shikizakura.
Yep. Probably.
Yep. Cool.
So now that I actually looked at the trailer on this, I'm a little regretful. I'm a little regretful.
Oh!
Just a tiny bit. Because, oh my. But you know what? I committed myself to this, so.
The CG is strong with
was it strong with this one? So, I'll watch an episode. I may not like it, and it may make my opinion of it that much worse, but I'll watch an episode. So, this one is done by Sublimination.
Oh yeah, I've never heard of that studio.
And that's why. They've done 4 things. 2 movies.
One of which called Walking Meat. Okay. that one looks CG too.
They have done 3 movies, essentially. One thing on Netflix, which is 7-episode, like, OVA, essentially. Oh my goodness, they're... about that.
This cider show looks interesting. Like, if all their shows were like this, I'd be on board.
So, the reason why I was interested in this one to begin with was from the synopsis, which was... Kakura Miwa is an otherwise ordinary high school student, but a strange twist puts him in the front line in a supernatural battle against the menacing Oni. With the help of fantastical, powerful battlesuit known as Yoroi, Kakuru joins an elite team that fights on the monstrous Oni and defends humanity from the otherworldly threats. The team is assigned to protect Oka Myojin, a shrine maiden who is prophesied to save the world, but she must perform a sacred ritual with Shikizakura, the horizon that connects the spiritual and physical world that lies somewhere amid the blooming cherry blossoms and the colorful autumn leaves. But in this world, the journey to destiny is hard-fought, winding, and sometimes deadly. Sounds interesting. Sounds incredibly interesting. And... just going by, because I said I wouldn't look at the trailer until the day of, like you do with the synopsis. Looking just at the picture, I was like, oh, those battle suits don't look too bad. Looks interesting. And even looking at the actual battle suits, even in motion, not too bad. Like, not necessarily my preference, but still not too bad. The problem I have on that CGI is everything else. God, the characters look so bad. Like, I realize now looking at that's the problem I have with CGI, is it doesn't accurately showcase the face. You know what I mean? Like, if bad CGI has just smooth skin everywhere. No wrinkles. And then when someone talks, like, literally all they're doing is... Like, there's no, like, inflection. There's no, like, the way that the muscles and everything, like, it's not there. They're just literally, that's it.
Yeah.
That's all they are. And I'm like, that is horrible looking. You don't do that. That is not the way the human body functions, thank you very much. If you open or close any sort of, like, flesh in any sort of way or capacity, there is, like, it comes together, it goes apart. When it comes apart, then there are, like, maybe wrinkles here and there in certain areas. Like, yeah. Robot-wise, I'm willing to accept that. The rest, I'm probably going to cringe my way through the first episode. I can already tell. But you know what? I'm committed. I've said I will. I will do it. Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't have this one on my list. This is what it was. I was just gonna be like, check it out, but I'm not happy about it.
You and me both. You and me.
Because I was like, it's basically the standard of CG animation now. Mm-hmm. Anything better will be outstanding. Anything worse is like, you can't even match this. Mm-hmm. And that's where 3D anime stands right now. There's a few studios. Before there was like Polygon Studios, that or Polygon Pictures was like the one studio that did the most 3D, and like they're about this level, a little bit higher. And then there's like UFO Table, who will like use some 3D elements and they'll like push the bar. And then there's a couple other things every now and then that'll just like be absolutely incredible. But yeah, it's like we're about here. As far as the standard.
I agree. I mean, at this point, that's kind of just the way it is, and I hate the fact that that is the way that is. I really do. But I mean, I guess you can't help it.
Yeah. If I do bring up something that's 3D, it's because it's pushing the envelope. And I don't remember if recently I've brought one up, but
probably not. I don't think.
So, yeah, Shikizakura. All right, the next show we're gonna be talking about is.
I'm gonna be talking for a while. Just go to the.
Yeah, I forgot to translate. Banished from the hero's party, I decided to live a quiet life in the countryside.
So, this one is done by Studio Wolfsbane and Studio Flad.
I don't know either of these studios.
Oh my word!
Wolfsbane. Hey, welcome back.
Hey, Wolfsbane. Long time no see. I forgot about you.
How's Peter Grill doing?
Yeah, about that one.
And then Studio Flad.
Not a whole lot on that one either.
Nah.
Nope.
Prince Caravan.
Yeah. So, not the highest expectations in regards to that. But my original assumption, and looking at this, the storyline of this is a heroic and mighty adventurer dreams of opening a pharmacy. Red was once a member of a hero's. Red was once a member of a hero's party, a powerful group destined to save the world from the evil forces of Tyroxon, the raging demon lord. That is, until one of his commanders kicked him out. Really? Sorry, am I in your way? My apologies. Either lay down or get down, one or the other. Well, I know. There's until one of the comrades kicked him out of the party, hoping to live the easy life on the frontier. Red's new goal is to open a apothecary. However, keeping the secret of his former life may not be as simple as he thinks, especially when the beautiful Rit, an adventurer from his past, shows up and asks him to move in with him. Can you move? I know, Coach, you can move. Really? We just gonna go back and forth? Is that what this is? You're still in the lane. Here, you move this out of your way. Is this better? You want to sit down here? Thank you. Better? I'm sorry. I had that anyway. That's my bad. Yeah, so I believe this was also one of the ones that was delayed
Okay.
from previous ones because I feel like I looked at this one previously and thought that it looked interesting, and I wanted to kind of see where they were going with it. But I ended up falling for that other pharmacy one that came up last season, I believe.
Okay.
And then that's why I was very confused, as I thought this one looked very much more mature, which it does,
Mm-hmm.
and the other one was very much kiddyish.
Oh yeah.
That's why when I watched it,
Girl.
I went, what the
Or werewolf girl.
fuck am I watching? Yeah, the one with the werewolf girl. Yeah, this it looks interesting. I'm curious to see what direction they go with it. I mean, looks of it, animation is not the greatest in the world, but it's not the worst. It verges kind of on almost a CGI looking in certain areas, but I don't think it's quite there. I think it's just a little glossy in certain areas because of it. Mostly it's on the armor, so I'm not too concerned about that. Genres for this is action, adventure, fantasy, romance, slice of life. So, no ecchi. So I'm pretty sure in regards to that, this is more of a realistic, because it's got romance in there. So yes, I'm sure there's going to be some moments, but I don't think it's going to be as abrupt or as slap you in the face with it as the other one that Wolfsbane did.
Yeah. Well,
Should we wait or should we just keep going?
I can't believe it's like 30 seconds.
I'll wait then.
Hydration time!
Good point. Good point.
I feel like it's going on longer than normal. I don't know. It's like the all the network stuff is hooked up to that battery backup and it's about to die. All this podcast equipment was hooked up to the old backup and the old backup died. So now that the old backup has died, I think a power surge killed this one. So now I'm worried. I'm like, I need to get a battery in this one. I need to get a battery for that one, or else all of my equipment's gonna die. So there's some weird power thing like killing my battery backups. But yeah.
So, yeah, I definitely see this as being a more mature and just I mean, I feel like there's going to be good things for this one. I don't think it's going to be as grossly ecchi as the previous Wolfsbane one, and I feel like with the scenes that I've seen in the trailer now, that there's definitely a maturity to this one that most of the other ones were lacking in regards to that. And I'm all for that. I'm okay with that.
I'm very curious what's up with the giant girl. Like I feel
the blue-haired one in the background.
yeah.
Well, in the trailer, she's a killer.
Okay.
It looks like there's a point where they show his entire team.
Mm-hmm.
She's in the center as a knight. I see another knight in the background as another woman.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like he's a mage. There's another maybe mage or cleric next to him. There's an elf, a female elf behind him, and then a dude who's got to be a brawler with how big and muscular he is.
Mm-hmm.
Freaking huge. So, yeah.
Okay.
I don't see that blonde-haired chick though, and that's the one that says that she wants to live with him.
Okay. Yeah, I'm curious because
so there may
she's
be
kind of
some,
like
there may be some like relationship situation going on here. Like he's retired, he just wants to live a simple life, be a pharmacist, help people, since he can no longer be a hero. She, I guess, maybe had a thing for him and sees an opportunity. But there's a possibility that the blue-haired chick, maybe because that she was in his party previously, started to try to also, but
okay.
maybe didn't think of herself as worthy of something like that because of the fact of she was. I mean, they show a lot of situations where she's like covered in blood.
Okay. Yeah, I was just kind of curious because they kind of it looks like they're singling her out for a reason. A lot of shows that have like a band of friends and like somebody's singled out because they're not around anymore. So it was just giving me some kind of vibe. I don't know, some weird vibe.
I mean, that's a possibility too. That's an indefinite possibility.
Mm-hmm.
And the source for this is a light novel, so storyline-wise, I have some hopes for it.
Okay.
I feel like this might be a pretty decent. As long as Will Spain's got the etchy out of their system, and we can forego that, then I think we'll be fine. I think the rest of it will fall into place pretty well. And honestly, other than some awkward little situations where like it seems like he wakes up in bed with her for stereotypical anime style situation,
Mm-hmm.
I don't really see any etchy type moments in this.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I don't know.
Like the show will be way under the quota before they get that tag.
I feel like it should. I feel like to have an etchy one, you got to be like, maybe not like full on, like that other show that we talked about today was, but at least to some certain degree, like the one, oh god, the Demon Lord one, How to Not to Summon a Demon Lord. Yes,
Yeah.
I can see that being etchy. I can see that being labeled etchy, but that's probably about to the extent that I would say, because it kind of forces the etchy moments in certain situations. Like it's not natural. It's not like, when I say natural, it's like the guy walking in to the bathroom and forgetting to knock, and there's a girl like changing sort of situation.
Yeah.
Like okay, that's a natural occurrence. Yes, he should have knocked, but it's one of those oops, like, and then we're done with.
That kind of stuff happens in this setting.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like we're not at like a restaurant that happens. You're like, hey, it's supposed to be eating.
where are your clothes? This is awkward.
Or or like in Trinity 7, where they're like trapped in a room, and we're like, hey, shouldn't y'all be trying to get out of the room instead of like etchy? Like, y'all are trapped.
Like, we have priorities here, people. Come on.
Yeah. All right. Well, we shall see how this one plays out. The next show we're gonna be talking about is Shinka no Mi Shiranai Uchi ni Kachigumi Jinsei. Or it does not have an English translation. It is also children's playground.
We have one already?
Huh?
Oh yeah, we did have one for that already. That's right. That was from the
Yep.
Paladin one.
Yep. And Studio Field, which I feel like they've they did Island.
They did. Aren't you happy over this one?
And they did Snafu. Yeah, they did Galgo-chan. They did Nagashi Kashi and Bikini Warriors. Wow.
Okay, so. Hi.
Outbreak Company. Okay, I'm on board.
Really? Are you good? What are you doing? Anyways, Hiraga Seichi is an ugly, revolting, dirty, smelly fat ass. Okay.
Jesus.
These are the insults hurled at him one after another about his appearance. Such was Seichi's daily school life of bullying. Then, for some reason, one day when school was out, a voice claiming to be God set over the PA system to prepare to be transported to another world. What's more, not Seichi alone, but the entire school. A fantasy world where game-like elements such as levels, stats, and skills exist. However, the god still had preparations to complete for the transfer, and would send them over as soon as the hero summoning ritual was ready. The classes all formed groups to wait for the transfer, but Seichi alone was discluded, and as such was summoned to a different area. After being transported, the first thing Seichi ate was a fruit of evolution. This would come to greatly change his life. This story is about how Seichi went from being severely bullied by his classmates, even not being recognized for his accomplishments, and despite all that, staying positive and surviving in this new world. As a result, he somehow becomes one of the champions. So, I look at this. There was a anime I watched, and I know I didn't talk about it in one of our chats, as it were, or one of our podcasts, as it were. But it was an anime. It's about to get a second season. It's God, why am I blanking on the name of it now? I'm horrible with names. I'm always Anyways, the guy ends up going again. It's isekai, goes to another world, but the power he gets is very like minimal, and everyone looks down at him, thinking he's just worthless. At one point, he tries to save somebody and ends up falling down into a pit. And that pit is filled with monsters higher powered and level than he is. He ends up surviving using the skills that he has, but only by he ends up eating monster meat, which would have killed him, with the exception of he found a cave that had essentially healed him, for the lack of a better word.
Okay.
And because he ate this monster meat, he actually started gaining their abilities.
Kind of like how slime.
Kind of, yeah.
Okay.
But he would have died if he did not have the ability to actually like cure himself of like essentially it was poisoning him essentially by doing so. But because of that, he gained more power. And eventually he kept doing that to all the monsters he came across in this lower level. Like he went really far down. And he actually ended up going to the very end of the dungeon before anyone else could. And because of that, he came back like super powered. And I kind of feel like this is going to be a similar situation in this one, which is where I kind of like that because, you know, again, we all have to understand, and like the whole thing with, again, this is where we get with bullying and stuff like that. And I'm like, you know, it's awful, it's horrible, and everyone should understand that as far as that goes. So when you have a kid who is like that, who ends up overcoming the odds and proving his worth and being better, like I'm all for that. I like that idea. So I think this might be something similar to that in that regards. And if so, I want to watch it. I want to see what the hell. I want to without even having seen how bad he gets it. I'm already like, I want to see him basically rub it in their faces. For lack of a better word, I want to see him rub it in all their faces, be like, no. Guess what? I'm better than all of you. I always was better than all of you. You guys just never gave me a chance to be better than all of you. Now I'm there. And you can't refute it. So, yeah, that is almost entirely my thought on this. This is another isekai. It is adventure, fic comedy, fantasy, romance for genres, and as we said before, it's done by Children's Playground Entertainment and Field. So I feel like the romance is definitely going to be like, because I mean you had from the one you liked from Field. God damn it. The Island.
Yes.
And based upon what you said from that, I know that they can do good character development.
Yes.
So that being the case, I'm like, all right, I think this is going to be more of a character situation, but I also feel like it's a tale of the underdog overcoming the odds and surpassing what everyone expects of him. So I'm like, you know what? That almost has almost everything I honestly look for. So if that ends up being the case, I'm 100% behind it.
Yes. The way the main character looks at the beginning reminds me of another show. God. Crap! It's one of it's one of my old favorite shows. I can never remember the name of it because it's been so long. But it's one of those shows where they put on like a headset and go to another world. It was kind of like one of the ones that around the same time, I think it was like precursor to Sword Art Online. Because I think something about the headset is like tied across a bunch of different series. And
the only one that comes to mind is Sword Art, honestly.
Yeah, I can't remember the name of the show. But yeah, he looks like that main guy from there.
Fair enough.
But yeah, we shall see. There's a super muscly guy in the trailer, and he looks annoying. I don't know. I hope he's like a super side character.
Which guy?
The super muscly guy in the trailer.
Oh, yeah, he's only briefly in there.
Yeah.
I'm hoping he's one of the a-holes that gets put in his place. How about that? There we go. Well, he'd be one of the a-holes that gets put in his place. We'll work with that.
Yeah. All right. The next show we talk about is Taisho Otome Otogi Banashi, or Taisho Otome Fairy Tale. Wow, this title. I don't even think I read the titles anymore either. Just like.
I'm a little surprised. I thought you would be into this one. I thought you would be.
Okay. I was like, this isn't mine. No wonder I don't recognize the title.
Mm-hmm. I thought you would be. I thought you would like. If you think this one would be good enough to watch. So, this one is done by Synergy SP. They've done some fantasy stuff that I've watched. Their older stuff, not so much.
Wow. Bay Wheels. Are they the?
Oh, Hayato no Goto.
Are they discount Beyblade?
And Mar.
Huh?
Mar. You remember Mar? 2005. Go all the way down. Or most of the way down.
I've never seen that one.
Really? Shit, that was Adult Swim time frame. Okay. Tsunami, I think.
Hayate Gotoku, which was like an epic show.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, they've done some
Super
decent ones.
referencing.
They've done some decent ones for sure. But the reason why I thought you would enjoy this one is, well, I'm gonna get to the synopsis here. So, in the synopsis, in this story set in the early 1920s, Tabahiko is the son of a wealthy family, but his life is changed forever when an accident cripples his right arm. No longer considered by his father as an heir, he is shuffled off into the country to live out of sight. The teenage Tamahiko shuts himself in his new home, bitterly thinking of it as a place where he will die. One day, he learns that his father has, quote-unquote, bought him a bride to take care of him. When the young teen girl, Yuzuki, arrives at his door, she comes into his life as an innocent ray of sunshine, and Tamahiko's view of the world and his life starts changing bit by bit. Now, I can tell you what this kind of reminds me of. Not as in a direct way, but you might think of it too when I tell you. You remember that calligraphy anime?
Bakugan.
Yeah. This kind of reminds me of that, just having read the synopsis for it, because you have a main character whose disposition is like he doesn't believe in himself anymore. He doesn't think of himself as worthy enough anymore. He's put down, he's depressed, he's angry. And now you have someone who's entering his life who's trying to be the hope for him.
Mm-hmm.
And to show him a better way. And I kind of feel like that was kind of the same feeling I got with Bakugo.
Okay.
So having read the synopsis of that, that's where I came from in that regards.
When I saw the trailer for this one, there was another like very much sillier anime that I thought of, and I was like, "Oh, this again." I can't remember what the name is, but it's like this guy who's trying to live his regular life, and then this young girl just like barges in, and she's like, "I'm your wife now," and he's like, "Stop!" and he's trying to get away from her, but she like won't go away. I can't remember what the name of the show is, but this situation reminded me of that. And now that I know like the synopsis and everything, I'm like, this looks like a very much more serious take, and it looks like it's gonna be a heartfelt story.
So there is comedy involved. Genres for this are comedy, drama, romance, and slice of life. Tags for this: historical, coming of age, male protagonist, family life, rehabilitation, and age gap.
Yeah, also the time period looks like it's gonna
1920s.
Yeah, be an interesting factor for it. So
yeah,
like 100 years ago.
Yeah, literally.
It makes me feel weird.
Yeah, I think it'll be a good drama. I think it'll be a fairly decent and heartwarming situation and drama, and it'll be a like they'll have rough moments. I feel like, but it'll also end up being like a feel good sort of situation. So, to me, that's the reason why I was like, yeah, I think I'll give it a shot. See what comes of it. Because I feel like it has a definite potential to be something pretty decent.
All right. The next show we're going to be talking about is TacoYaki Destiny.
Yay, one for you this time.
How many in a row has that been?
What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5?
Just chilling.
I had most of the S's.
Okay.
Oh my god.
All right, what do my notes say? I was saying this looks crazy. No idea what it's about, but I'm on board. I'm like, cool. The picture's different. Did they change the picture in like the last couple hours?
That is a completely different picture.
Yeah, they changed it like this morning. Over the last 2 days, Ray grabbed all the pictures and text, and like, it's okay. This picture doesn't. Oh my god, it doesn't match the trailer at all.
No, the picture you have better matches the trailer.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. The synopsis for actually this show is done by
One of our favorites.
Oh my god! It's like a powerhouse. It is done by Madhouse and Mappa.
Mm-hmm.
This is gonna be the best looking show on the planet. Oh my god. Oh my god, like I'm stunned at who's doing this. Oh my, why? Why did you put that much power into one show?
There's too much power.
Gonna melt the TV. All right. The musical composition formed a dwelling power in the girl. A legendary opera, a magnificent composition created in the past. A new life, music art infused with the score. An ephemeral, beautiful, and fateful tale of girls fighting with the power of music scores in a world where music has been forgotten. They aim for the delight that lies beyond. TacoYaki connects music to tomorrow. That doesn't tell me anything except girls are fighting, which is my notes.
So, musical, primary female cast, and love triangle are the tags.
Where?
I am curious where the love triangle happens in this then.
Man, this. Why did they put so much?
You know what? That's funny too, because if you are you on the page for it on AnyList?
Yes.
Look at the very bottom on the threads right below the video. Look what the second thread says.
Map and Madhouse is gonna be beautiful. Yes. I'm just stunned. I'm like, why is there so much power put into this show? This is a irresponsible use of power. Like, oh, Bones and what's that other one that makes like really nice looking stuff? They did God Eater. What is God Eater? UFO Table. There we go. Let's put Bones and UFO Table on the same show. You're like, no, that's irresponsible. You gotta melt the genre. Like, yeah. I can't. Oh my god! It's like just looking at the trailer, I was like, "This looks good." And now I know who made it. I'm like, "Oh, of course."
Really? I know I've been there for it, but come on, sit down. Either sit down or get down. Thank you.
Oh yeah. Oh my god, I can't even wait. I don't even know what it's about. I was like, "Yep."
See, I don't even think they know what it's about. They're just like, let's create some nonsense and just make it look pretty.
Oh my god. I can't wait. That's all I got to say. All right, next show we're gonna be talking about is Tsuki to Laika Nosferatu. Oh, all right.
Really?
No translation. So
You're directly in the way, aren't you? No, not directly. Just close to it. I just have an ear in my shot. Oh, shit. So, this one was mine. I think this was my last one, and you have one more after this. So, this one, I don't normally... I've been reluctant to go into vampires once again. Just because, again, it's vampires. God, that thing has been done to freaking death and a half, I think, at this point. And half the time when you do vampires in any sort of situation, they're usually like, especially if they're guys, they're like pretty boys and they're all posturing and stuff like that. Yeah, and I'm just like, no, I give me a freaking vampire who's just like, it's a vampire, but they don't have to be like stunning looking and on airs and stuff. Like, no, this
Like the one from the show we talked about earlier, like just half dead, bored looking, like.
Yeah. I mean, I'm okay with that. That's just a quirky little vampire. I'm like, okay, it's whatever. This one is done by Arvo Animation. Ooh,
Nice. Oh,
they
okay.
did Monster Musume.
Oh, I thought this. I thought this was the other monster show.
No.
Oh, okay.
So they did Monster Musume as far as of late, because after that, yeah, I have no clue.
What is the English version of this? We never learn. Okay. Oh, this is that one where this guy has to tutor like a bunch of girls. Yeah, I started that one.
So, the synopsis for this is as follows. Set in a fictional world 10 years after a long war divided the world into two superpowers, the Union of Zerentira Republics in the east and the United Kingdom of Arnak in the west. Both of these superpowers now test their ambitions against each other in a space race. In 1960, the Union's premier, Gergiev, announces the Mechtet program, a prestigious plan to launch manned missions into the final frontier. To this end, the Republic establishes the isolated city of Laika 44, where cosmonaut candidates complete for planned manned missions to space, and scientists develop the technology to make it happen, all in an environment of secrecy. The story centers on Les Lips, a backup astronaut candidate, and his new companion, the vampire Erna Romanescu. As part of a daring new operational Nosferatu, the Mechtek program will use Erna as a test subject for various conditions expected in space, and ultimately as a part of a manned mission with Liv overseeing Erna's training as a cosmonaut. For reasons of their own, both dream of going into space.
What a wild mix of genres.
I know. That is absolutely crazy to me. Like, we're in a pseudo world, Earth world, but with the advanced technology with sorcery, vampire situation. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, that's exactly the space race era.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But I will say, and now that I know that these are the ones who did Monster Musume, the animation's great.
Oh yeah.
Like, I have no problem at all with this animation. I mean, it has a lot of good, facial expressions, and God, her eyes are just stunning. So yeah. And I was looking at the trailer now, there seems to be some overarching plot points as well that I'm a little curious as far as what direction they'll go in. I mean, there's a little CGI here and there, but it's not bad. See, I'm okay with this, but because it's not like overly much, one, and two, it's done decently well.
It's like done on assets, not on characters.
Yeah, exactly. I'm okay with that because you're not as your focus is more on the characters anyways than it is on the assets.
Yep, that's typically what the use is nowadays. For the most part, it's used on assets, and then every now and then somebody's like, "I'm gonna use it on everything."
But it's still, if it's being used on assets, it's still blended well.
Mm-hmm.
It's not jarring or anything like that. So,
like that one kids show.
Oh god, yeah.
They didn't bother.
Tags for this one: space, of course; vampire, of course; CGI, low on the totem pole on that. It's only like 20%, which I could see that. Foreign, I guess because it seems like we're in a version of Russia.
Yeah.
Work and politics.
Work.
I mean, I'm okay with it. This is based on a light novel.
Okay.
I'm still okay with it. I think this is gonna. I don't think this is gonna be groundbreaking by any sort of the means, but it's definitely ambitious.
Mm-hmm.
And what they're trying to accomplish here, and how far they're going with it. So yeah.
Yeah, I saw the trailer for this one, and I'm like, this looks like a interesting period piece. I was like, I don't know what they're doing. It's like they're in a bunch of types of military type vehicles. But yeah, now that I know the backstory, I'm like, yeah, I'm way more interested. The main girl looks like she's gonna be adorable. Like,
yeah.
I'm like, yeah, it's gonna suck. There was one spot in the trailer that I was like, oh, no. And I'm like, oh god, when is that gonna happen? What was that? Was that a nightmare? Please let that be a nightmare.
I agree with that. I know exactly which part you're talking about.
So,
but
yeah.
Just seeing her reaction when he gives her a drink and everything, I'm like, yeah, okay, I can see where the adorableness, because then she has that like puffed out cheek look of she being annoyed or whatever. I'm like, all right, that's fair.
Yeah, this looks to be very, very interesting.
Yep.
All right, the next show and the last show.
How far have we come at this point? What is this? What is the final total? I need to know. This has got to be the longest we've done on a pre.
Yes, this might be the second place as far as number of shows, but this is definitely the longest show.
Oh my goodness. What's the total on that? Just let me know.
Right now we are at. Wait a minute. No, it's actually not the longest show yet.
But it's getting there.
Yeah, I think the longest show is 5.5, and we're like 5.25.
Oh, we'll get there. I seriously doubt we're gonna speed run this last one.
So, Yuki Yuna wa Yusha Dearu, the Dai Mankai no show. Yuki Yuna is a hero, the Great Mankai chapter. Why did I pick this show? I picked this show. My notes say, I remember the characters, but I don't remember watching the show. It looks interesting. Yep.
I don't think I the studio. I don't think I recognize the studio.
Studio Gokumi. They have done the one show that'll remain unnamed. They did Kiniro Mosaic. It is a super adorable, cutesy girls show, and I've watched, I think, all of it. And what other shows did they kind of talk about? There's like My Neighbor the Vampire.
Oh, are you talking about the 2010 show? Which show is the one who's not being named? Who will not be named?
Oh, 2020, 2021.
2021?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, it seems like looking back at 2010, every 10 years or so, they decide to throw something like that out there.
Wait a minute. Studio Gokumi?
Mm-hmm.
2010?
Yep.
It's like a radio show.
Just read the first line of that when you click on it. I remember watching the first episode and going, "What the fuck am I watching?"
You've seen this?
I saw the first episode. I was like, I saw the synopsis and I was like, "Wait, what?" And I was like, "All right, well, let me watch just to see what the hell's what is this even?" And I had to stop it like halfway through because I was like, "Oh, this is a bit much. This is a."
Okay. Yeah. I this one flew under my radar. This predates the show by like 5 years. The one show that I do remember from them is 2011. It's A Channel. That's another adorable group of girls show.
See, it's like they do ecchi and then they do adorableness for a while, and then they come back to ecchi at some point.
Yeah. Yeah, 2013 they did that. In 2014, they started Yuki Yuna. And yeah. Yeah. So Yuki Yuna, the studio go to me. I don't know what like part of this is the third season of Yuki Yuna. Yeah. All right. The synopsis is the magical girls of Sanchu Middle School Hero Club have one goal: to make people smile whenever they can and to always help those in need. Through teamwork and the help of their magical powers, Yuna, Mimori, Fu, Itsuki, Karin, and Sanoko have vanquished deadly vertexes, recovering a missing friend, and balance their lives as magical girls and regular middle school students. Now a new adventure begins, one that will test their skills and their bonds as friends alike.
Okay.
Yeah, I started watching the trailer and I'm like, oh, I remember her. I don't know from what. I'm like, she looks familiar too. And then I go and look and I'm like, I remember Yuki Yuna. I don't remember what season I watched, whether it was the second season or the first season, but I do remember watching part of it. So, yeah. This, more Yuki Yuna. I'll probably just go watch the first episode and that'll be it, because I haven't watched the other two seasons. All right. Well, that is it for our technically 30 shows.
Oh my goodness. That's a lot, man.
Yeah.
What the hell are we gonna do with the initial thoughts? Are we gonna have to two-parter that bad boy?
I think so. It's like we gotta put a time limit. We're like, okay, it's been how many hours? How many have we gotten through? 25%? Yeah, it's gonna be a two-parter.
I am very afraid. Oh, jeez.
I blame the anime
Of course you would.
industry for making so many good shows dumped all in this season. They needed to spread it out.
Oh, I remember that name of the other one I was telling you about with the guy who ended up got bullied and then dropped into the well and ended up getting more power or whatever.
Okay.
It's Ari Furata.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that name sounds very familiar. Yeah.
Yeah, it's got the guy with the white hair and 2 guns. If you click on Winter 2022, it's actually the very first one on top.
Oh.
Because that's the second season.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Winter 2022.
Getting close, man.
The adorable romance is back for a third season. Man. Oh, good. They don't have that many. So yeah, we plan to be back. Should we do the third since there's like most of a week at the end of the month?
Yeah, I guess we'll do that.
Yeah.
We'll plan for the third. Whether that happens, we'll see.
Yeah, we'll plan for the third, and then we can do the.
Oh, this will be our final thoughts for this one.
Yeah, so the last episode may come out like that 1 week, and it'll end up getting broken up.
Mm-hmm.
But October ends nicely. The last day is Sunday, so that's good.
Oh, that's good.
December, yeah, we'll do a second because that's even worse.
I don't think I'm going to be very excited about the end of that, though. Because that's going to be where our initial thoughts are.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So that is it for our 30 shows for the upcoming fall season. This is a very, very big season.
Oh, indeed.
Man. And yeah, we shall see how many we love that begin. A lot of candidates.
Yeah, this is going to be the start of a whole bunch of series if it ends up being the case.
Yeah. All right. Well, that is it for today. As always, this is DK, the Psycho Gamer from TacoYaki Anime. As always, I'd like to thank y'all for watching. Thanks for hanging out in chat for our second longest show. Maybe third longest, depending on what the next episode is going to be like. Yeah, thanks for hanging out in chat. Thanks for supporting the channel in any way that you do. And we will see y'all next time.